January 2026 video horoscopes for all of the 12 signs. Happy New Year! And this year is starting off at full speed. It's hitting the ground running. We don't have time to dilly-dally. We really have to be serious because it is starting with 6 new conjunctions. Conjunctions is the beginning of new cycle, actually starting with 11 new conjunctions. 5 or 6 of them are in Capricorn, and 5 are in Capricorn, 6 are in Aquarius. Conjunctions. This usually we have one conjunction per month, and this year starts with 11 conjunctions. 11 new cycles in 1 month, the first month of the year. It's like you really like sprinting. We don't have to, the new wave hits us. No time to wrap old ends, to think about the past. Like it's new. When they say the 1st of January, I'm starting something new. This year, you truly will be able, if you set your mind to start new things and stick with them, because all those new beginnings are starting in Capricorn. Look at my calendar. I'm sharing now how there's so many conjunctions this month. And by the way, this calendar is finally available for 2026. It's more than 120 or 30 pages. It's electronic, it's interactive. There's for every transit, new moon, full moon, I write it every year. And there is description what it means. A lot of you know this calendar already. If you like it, it's only $20. Usually it's $40. And it goes through day by day absolutely every transit, every new energy and influence, and what it is good for you to do, so you can plan your whole year ahead. But I just wanted you to look how many new beginnings there is. And the most important new beginning is the Sun conjunct Mars. This happens once every 2.5 years. And I want you to, for the world to see how it determines truly where the biggest focus of energy for the world is. And you'll see how it applies to your life when I go through the 12 signs. Let's just go a few years ago, at the end of 2019. The Sun met with Mars conjunction in Virgo. So what did we have for the next 2 years in 2020 and 21? We had COVID. The whole world mobilized its energy and force, because the Sun is where, and Mars conjunction is where we have to mobilize all our energy and resources to fight something, to win over something or whatever. Virgo is diseases. On COVID, we mobilize all our energies and resources to fight a cold or the flu. Then 2 years after that and a half, they met in Libra. And that's exactly when a couple of months after that, the war, COVID was finished suddenly, and the war in Russia started. All alliances started breaking, and it was crazy. That happened in 2021, towards the end of 2021. So 2022, 2023, the biggest part, we were like Libra alliances, changing of, who is with who, which countries, like the whole world changed its alliances. The BRICS was formed, the Western Europe falling apart, the Russia formed new alliances, and so on. It was a brand new, and Libra is war and peace on the axis of Aries. Libra is war and peace, that everything turned, all the fight went towards war and peace. And then in 2023, the last time they met, 2023, it was a little bit before, it was the end of October or the beginning of November. What happened exactly then? The war in the Middle East erupted. Brand new saga, brand new thing to focus your energy. It happened in a very destructive Scorpio. So that war was very, and it's been and continues, it's been very with a lot of death, Scorpio. And it happened in the Middle East, which is ruled by Scorpio. So all our focus went from the Russian war to the war in Palestine and Israel and the Middle East and all Arabic countries and Iran this summer. America shooting Iran, and Syria, Israel shooting Syria, and Syria taking down Assad, the previous government. All of those countries are ruled by Scorpio. That's where all the battling, fight, and energy went into. And now we're starting a brand new cycle. So you see, like all those Palestine wars with Russia and whatever, the past, 2 to 4 year cycles, they'll die out, and now new one, new energy, and new problem for the world to deal with, to focus its energy. It's happening in Capricorn. It's way more contained sign than Scorpio. Scorpio was very deadly, almost like a genocide type of thing. But in Capricorn, I think like the wars will, Mars is much more controlled there. The wars will might not fully finish, but I think they might, because it's a new cycle, or at least they'll be more administrative. Because Capricorn, they'll be fight with laws and administration, and there'll be like a big change, because Mars Sun conjunction is about innovation of all the heavy machinery of institutions, of the banking, of the financial system, of the big corporations, of the government, innovation. And Mars Sun is about technologies as well, so through technology. So it will be like the rehaul of the whole administrative system. That's how I see it. And the renewal of the administrative, the change of the old system, not just economic, but the one that, administrative, bureaucratic, those big government bodies that we have. There will be a lot of changes there in innovations, and we'll put all of the energy in such direction. Plus also watch countries ruled by Capricorn, like the Balkans, like India, like Mexico. But let's see how this will affect each of one of you individually, because there is a brand new chapter starting in everyone's life. For some of you, it will be in your career that you'll focus all of your energies, like Aries. For others, you'll be battling, and not only battling, it's about winning battles, because the conjunction is happening. The Sun-Mars conjunction is happening in the so-called constellation known as the Winner. Uttara Ashatha, or it's Purva Ashatha. So two constellations of earlier winner, later winner. So whatever we start now in January, we'll be able to win it within the next 1 to 2 years while this Mars Sun cycle lasts. So choose your battles wisely, because you have a chance to really, really win an incredible battle, to really achieve. Sun Mars conjunction is great feat of willpower. Great feat where you concentrate your energy and willpower to achieve something incredible. So let's begin. Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2026. Aries, the month is go, go, go. 11 or 12 conjunctions, new beginnings happening for all of us in certain areas of life. But it starts around the 3rd of January with the full moon in Cancer, with the most beneficial planet, Jupiter, and its favorite sign, Cancer. So most auspicious full moon. And the full moon, the moon is also aligned with the star Sirius, the most spiritual and protective star in the sky. It's considered to be our like a sister sun, or like a big brother or father energy to our solar system. So it's extremely beneficial energy. Sirius and Jupiter in your 4th house of home, place of living, family. They can be good news in regards to real estate, to family, to parents, to parenthood as well, to becoming parents, or some conclusion about building something, or home repairs, or maybe some truth. Jupiter is about truth and revelations, and because it's a full moon, it's almost like truth or revelations that are liberating, that are freeing you emotionally in some way. Maybe you realize something about your childhood, about your ancestors, about your parents, maybe some forgiveness and letting go and releasing attachment to the past, and releasing resentments towards ancestor or family or parents. That frees you emotionally. 4th house is moksha house, to be liberated from attachments, especially negative feelings of some sort, and negative patterns that are due to ancestral, something that the family repeats constantly. There is very powerful activation, what I'm trying to see, of this Jupiter through the full moon, through Sirius. So the heavens, the universe, spiritually are helping you. Anything to do with personal life, mental health, emotional health. The inner child is the 4th house. Relationship with parents, old patterns that you've been repeating, or completing something, home, family,
seeing results of it, taking it to the next stage, or just emotional readjustment of some sort, or some revelations, as I said, healing revelations of truth about something, about family, home, and so on. Or just good times with loved ones. That can be another way. Now, the big action, though, it's happening in your 10th house. Very important house. Both houses. The most foundational house is the full moon, but then the new moon and the 11th conjunctions almost, or at least 6, 7 of them are happening in Capricorn. And the first 20 days of the month, Aries, everything is in your 10th house. The sun is meeting there with Venus. It's starting from the 4th of January. There's 4 or 5 conjunctions. Sun conjunct Venus, Venus conjunct Mars, Sun conjunct Mars. Then Mars conjunct Mercury. So wow. And then the new moon, Sun conjunct Moon. Moon will join around the 17th, all of them. So starting from the 4th, or just the first 20 days or the first 15 days of the month, bam, 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 old cycles are finishing, new cycles are beginning in your 10th house. So a lot of renewal and new directions and new beginnings in your career. 10th house can be career. In the direction you want your life to head in. In the 10th house is, how do you rule your kingdom? How do you rule your life? How do you rule yourself? What kind of boss are you to yourself? What kind of, do you run your life strategically, or do you just go with the flow? Well, here these planets require you to start a new plan, a new schedule, a new, let's say, business plan almost. This very business house, the 10th house. For your life, it might not be necessarily for your career. You might be retired, or you might not be working yet, or you might just be not working, but kind of almost like your inner boss comes online, gets rebooted, your inner operating system, let's say, because the 10th house is the operating system. The structure of your life gets rebooted, and you're pushed or asked, or you're internally motivated to make a new plan for your life. So it's truly very good time, when people start, like, let's start a new routine, new health routine. This, in January when we start, usually it doesn't work, but this time it aligns for us for January, especially for everyone, because it's in Capricorn, all those new conjunctions, new beginnings in discipline, in self. Capricorn is the energy of self-negating, postponing immediate gratification for some more important long-term goal. And the sun is joining with all those planets, with Venus, with Mercury, with Mars. So we would kind of sacrifice certain immediate pleasures and enjoyments, Venus and Mars, immediate gratifications and desires, for some long-term goal. The sun is a bigger goal, the dream of your life, long-term purpose, through discipline, through denial, through hard work, Capricorn. So yeah, fantastic to start on new routines, to start on new disciplines, new graphics, new schedules, new plans for your life, for how you run your life, or for the structure of your life, or for your business. Maybe a renewal, maybe if you're unemployed, a new job can appear, or more like profession, new direction in your career. If you're in the right career, new projects that you get inspired into, or you'll be pushed in really in. And it's not just in January, because the Sun and Mars cycle is 2 years. And when the Sun-Mars cycle starts, it tells us where we'll be putting our efforts, where we'll be commanding our so-called figurative army for the next 2 years, where we will mobilize our forces and our willpower in conscious pursuit of something. So our willpower will be mobilized as Aries in career project, in self-discipline, in structure, 10th house, maybe dealing with authorities, with institutions, with bureaucracy. For some of you, maybe some battle there that you're gonna win, because Mars is in exalted. But again, you might be dealing for the next 2 years with a lot of authorities, with a lot of people in high positions, or if you're your own boss, or you might take steps to become independent. Sun-Mars conjunctions are about, where do I want to tackle problems and become independent and act with authority. So you take on a new mission to act in authority in regards to the structure of your life, in regards to your career, maybe to become independent, more independent in your career, to be more in control of your life direction, to pursue reputation, higher ambitions. All this will be renewed. So it's not just January, it's 2-year trend that starts now. Actually, the previous Sun Mars conjunction happened 2 years ago, 2023. And actually it was active 24 and 25. It happened in your 8th house area, so maybe there was more of a struggle, internal struggle with our inner demons, the 8th house. Maybe a lot of energy were put into mutual finances, resources connected to others. Maybe a lot of the fuel was put into matters concerning psychological growth, psychological untangling. 8th house is very psychological house, also power struggle house, but now it's in a very visible house, this new cycle. The 10th house, also Venus, they're starting a cycle with Mars and the Sun, says you put a lot of passion as well into it, a lot of love, so it will be work or opus of love as well, connected to your career. So wow. So maybe also some important new developments with father figures, with bosses in your life, with the direction, with the responsibilities in your life. Even if you're not working, you can find like a new mission to do in your life, or a new direction, or your social status might change from January. Married to single, single to married, social status is this social position to this career position. Something changes there, new beginnings. The first seeds are planted, impulse for you to start in that direction. If it doesn't happen immediately, there is 2 year there. So yeah, listen to what it is. Watch what are changing, what internal, external motivations and external events that are changing. They would really redirect your life into more aligned mission, into more aligned responsibilities and duties. And of course, the 10th house is routines that are more, that serve your higher good. Routines that serve your higher good. Yeah, it sounds boring, but the structure, you'll be working on creating structure and stability and respect. You'd be working towards receiving respect and having more power over your life, but over others as well. After all, it's the highest house there. You'll be either forced in such a position somehow over the next 2 years to take authority, to take executive decisions of some sort. Now, after the 20th, all planets start gradually moving into Aquarius. So the energy moves from the serious Capricorn energy. Okay, you've made your decision where your actions will be directed. You've committed to a new path. You're in the process of committing. You're serious, more organized, more responsible. And then it moves to Aquarius. So the energy becomes, I would say lighter, but no, the last 10 days of January, all planets meet with Pluto. So these are the other bunch of conjunctions. First, okay, on the 20th of January, the Sun conjuncts Mercury. So lots of informations around that day, 19th, 20th, 21st. Friends can get in touch with you. People, new contacts, a lot of maybe people calling you, social media connections, so clients writing to you, maybe working on starting some projects, mercurial, writing, speaking, communicating. The flow of information is busy. It's a busy day, 2-3 days, and conjunct Mercury. It's in your 11th house, connected to business, connected to meeting other people, connected to communicating with other people, connected to business goals, connected to goals overall. So you're moving, hustling, bustling in that direction, or maybe connected to some events that you're going to around the 20th that include more people, organizing or going towards some long-term goal or dream that will bring you, and arranging something about an event connected to gainfulness, to money, connected to social connection, to connecting to clients, to connecting to fans, and so on. Even learning some news in regards to some goals and plans of yours, or receiving some information or creating information that will be spread and reach a larger group of people, whether it's clients, whether it's friends, whether it's society around you, the 11th house. But yeah, the focus moves a lot more after the 20th on others, on society, collaborating with others. And there is like new beginnings there because Mercury joins Pluto, then the Sun, then Venus, then Mars. All of those planets will join Pluto. So it's not this easy breezy Aquarian energy only, in January in particular. The last 10 days, of January, yes, a lot of air, but it's intense communications, intense interactions with others, transformative connections with others, transformative, deep, intense, almost obsessive focus on some long-term goal, on some dream of yours, on some project, or maybe involvement with groups and organizations or people or social contacts or clients that are intense, that are transformative, that are might be even crisis prone connections with others, interactions, communications that challenge you, because Pluto can have this tinge to it that there is a power struggle there, or there is a intensity, or but it's transformative, and it creates new beginnings, new directions for you, because these are new cycles that are starting there. So fun. I'm excited. As an Aries, I love new beginnings. I love changing circumstances, and this is a month about that with 11 conjunctions. I mean, it's not gonna be just relax, the start of the year, take it easy. No, you hit the ground running. So I hope I was able to direct you like a lot of things on the career, even at the home at the beginning of the month. Then career, external world. External world is calling you, the big world, white world, wants you to initiate, to reach out, to take lead and charge, not just in January, for the next 2 years. And then the energy shifts towards large groups of people, towards business, towards communicating, connecting with others, social events, even possible, or pursuing economic goals, social and economic goals, like money and earnings and gains. That's another, or social contacts, but with a tinge of Pluto there. And then come the, January is the prelude, new beginnings, and then bam, February, eclipses. Woohoo! Anyway, enjoy, Aries. I think you would enjoy this adrenaline, excitable month. And the new beginnings. And of course, if you want to know all about the individual conjunctions, check out my calendar. It's only $20. It's 50 pages for about every single transit from 2026, every single combination, full moons, eclipses, aspects, everything. Or just get your 2026 video horoscopes for your sign, sun, moon, or rising. They're available 2.5 hours for each sign. As always, this is my biggest work of love for you every year. Thank you. Taurus, sun, moon, rising, January 2026. Taurus, as you can see, the first 20 days, all of the planets are in water and earth signs. So this is very supportive for a water sign, for an earth sign like you. We have Sun, Venus, Mercury, Mars in your 9th house in another earth sign, Capricorn. So you'd feel in your own waters. And Jupiter is in Cancer, Saturn is in Pisces. Water supports earth. So you'd feel supported by the universe, especially the first 20 days. Like things are flowing more easily in some way. And of course, this predominance in earth signs here, and here Taurus as well, there is this energy that is focused on self-improvement. The 9th house, the earth signs for you are self-houses, self-improvement, to become a better version of yourself. And because they're in Capricorn, you'll be able now to put more discipline and the ability to say no, to improve yourself in some way. 9th house is personal growth. So you put a lot of fuel, a lot of action, a lot of energy into upgrading yourself, into growth. 9th house is growth. Ninth house is self-improvement. Ninth house is striving for some idealized version of yourself, but you would apply not just like fancy wishful thinking, oh, I wish I was this or that. You would apply perseverance, Capricorn. You would apply force, willpower, the Sun-Mars conjunction that is happening in your ninth house. And you would apply planning and practicality and discipline in that direction. But you see, it's not just in January that you have this energy of the ninth house. And by the way, the other houses, the water houses, they're also about social, being social, making the right contacts, third house, 11th house. So this is another source of opportunities for you and developments as a Taurus. Connect with people. You see, the month starts on the 3rd of January with a full moon in your third house. A very auspicious full moon, conjunct Jupiter, the luckiest planet, conjunct the star Sirius, which is divine blessings. Sirius is very auspicious star. So you might receive good news from others, from relatives, from siblings. You can have good emotional connections with people in your close environment. You can find out some emotional truths about those near and dear around you, people in your everyday life, or friends, or people in your life as a whole, or just communications from them. They can be the conclusion of some problem connected to relationships with siblings, relatives, neighbors, teammates, workmates, or good heartfelt connection with such people. They can also be they're seeing the results of some communications, administrative work, or paperwork, or written or spoken project, or media project, that you see the results and the rewards of it right now. If you've been putting efforts in something till then, in such third house, communications, writing, speaking, written work, or some, maybe receiving some good news from others, maybe receiving some help and support from people in your environment in some way. This full moon, oh, just increased communications, but there is a positive slant there because of Jupiter, or some importance. Jupiter is not always positive, but it is important, and it leads to kind of opportunities, or something of this kind. And maybe some trip that can happen around that time, the first, let's say, a few days of the month when the full moon in Cancer is. But the really important events are happening in the ninth house, because we're going to have like 4 new conjunctions, new cycles starting. Sun conjunct Mars, Sun conjunct Venus, Sun conjunct Venus conjunct Mars, Mercury conjunct Mars, Mercury conjunct Venus. I'm not sure if it gets to it. But a lot of new beginnings there in your ninth house. A renewal. What is the ninth house? Faith. Renewal of a faith. Renewal and a new chapter of a new vision for yourself. The ninth house is, what do you plan for your future? And you'll be very strategic. You're not just gonna, okay, I really wish I did this or that. No. In Capricorn, you practically are gonna go after that. You truly can improve yourself from the beginning of the year, from January. You truly can, new opportunities will be presented to you. The ninth house is the house of good luck. Why is that? This is the higher self. It opens up your consciousness to opportunities that you weren't aware of before. So write them down. If you see something that resonates to you, inspires you, ninth house, the house of inspiration, of excites you about the future, puts like a meaning or like a spark of joy to do that, to know more about that. This is the direction these new conjunctions are asking you, because also the Sun-Mars conjunction is a 2-year cycle. So it is going to be, oh, what? Okay, very good. Like I didn't know what was that, where it came from, but it's a good sign. 2-year cycle. Is that this? The balloons will come? Yes. Okay. All right. Victory. Okay, ninth house is house of victory as well. It's a 2-year cycle, so you'll be putting a lot of fuel into self-growth, a lot of fuel into improving yourself, a lot of fuel in new opportunities that you start noticing from January, and your consciousness will expand your horizons, and what you thought possible will also expand. Maybe you start believing that you can enter that university. Maybe you start believing that you can be in that profession down the line. Maybe you start believing that you're able to achieve this dream. It's like something about your belief system breaks some restrictions that you had, some kind of blinkers that you had, and kind of expanded vision allows you to see that something bigger is possible for you. That and that you're, the highest manifestation, the ninth house, is realizing we're immortal beings. I mean, very spiritual house as well. We should that. But usually it's like through little breaking of the layers of the onion that we realize, oh, there's a different way we can be. There is a different opportunity that I was not aware of. The ultimate is like, whoa, I'm immortal being, and and I can do anything I want. And of course, this is a powerful activation, spiritual activation. I wish it on some of you. It can get activated. Those of you that are close to sainthood, they can receive that activation. But otherwise, removing of some obstacles, seeing new opportunities. Plus, Sun-Mars conjunctions that acts for 2 years will give you a new direction, and where you'd be putting a lot of your efforts and a lot of your willpower. Some of you, it might be education, some desire to study or learn something new, where you'd put a lot of your sweat and blood and willpower for the next 2 years. Or teaching. For some of you, can be that you're inspired towards start teaching something, giving advice to others. For others, it might be some legal battle or arranging some legal documents, for example, or foreign relocation. It might be a goal of living abroad or moving to live somewhere. Nine houses, new, unfamiliar environments or different environments or something overseas. That can manifest as the new beginnings, that these multiple conjunctions, especially the Sun-Mars conjunctions. Others might be fighting for some truth. Ninth house is the truth. And Sun-Mars is, where do you direct your general and the king? General is Mars, the Sun is the king. Towards proving some truth, towards some moral fight with yourself or with a corrupt system or with someone else about the truth. The truth. You're going to be fighting for the truth to come out. And you're not going to tolerate. Actually, you can tackle if you have inclinations to hide the truth or not to be as moral. Ninth house is virtues, moralities. So you might be putting a lot of efforts and feel into becoming more moral, more spiritually pure person, more upstanding, how do I say this higher qualities of honorable, honest, truthful. There is this like a lot of energy that you put, a lot of fuel into this self-growth, the self-improvement, which once we start working on that, striving towards God, towards the truth, towards authenticity. Ninth house is very authentic house, the house of truth, towards virtue, and higher knowledge. Then the universe starts opening new and new doors for us. Actually, one of the biggest thing one can do for themselves is stop lying, even white lies. If you don't want to hurt someone, just keep your opinion. Just don't say it. But if you commit to that, I tell you, within 2 years, your life will be totally transformed. This is what happened to me when I had a very powerful ninth house activation. For me, it was through Saturn and a few other planets there. But this is also an opportunity to align to some more higher version of yourself, ideal version, better moral qualities of some sort. And especially truth is the high vibrational. To search for the truth, to start studying something. I believe, I tell you, this is when my life went from here to there over a couple of years. And because Saturn, Mars, Sun conjunction will give you willpower and discipline, Capricorn, to do that. And ninth house is the house of greatest wealth, success, the God's blessings when they pour at us. So if you commit to that, even if you don't have a specific vision or purpose in your life right now, but some of you will have downloads now. January, what is the next step? The vision of the path. Ninth house is seeing the path from above rather than down there. So you have like inkling, what is the next step intuitively, where to go, what to do, inspiration about the future. But even if you don't get those very clear answers, just committing to a path of honesty or truthfulness or some virtue that you want to develop, it will expand your life and your luck. Ninth house is luck and opportunities and growth in a way you've never imagined. Wealth doesn't come just by thinking schemes and kind of businesses. It comes through moral growth. Believe me, I've seen it firsthand. So connect to God, to higher power. Inspirations, downloads can be happening. Renewal of your goals in life, renewal of your inspirations. Some inspired vision for the future can come to you. Something new that you want to study or learn can appear and take you into the next direction. Follow that. It's auspicious, it's good. Or maybe opportunity to travel somewhere far away or foreign country, or study something or teach something, an opportunity to relocate as well, or connect with people from different social background or different states or cultures. Ninth house is something that is beyond your normal everyday scope of people you meet and things you think about. Ninth house is wonderful to learn astrology, to explore higher knowledge, connection to God, and so on. Or to, as I said, it might be something to do with legal matters that you start on, something to do with higher education, something to do with teaching. I think we covered all of that, but it's very supporting those conjunctions for you. They're making a trine, they're opening for you, kind of, they're breaking through your limited horizons to see more. And then from the 20th, all those planets start moving into, or maybe you're asked to take on some role of a guide to others, some role of advisor, teacher to others in different ways. But then from the 20th of January, the last 10 days of January, pretty much all of those planets move into your 10th house. Now you'll be asked to take action. This is a very active. The last 10 days of January, the first 20 days of February, everything moves into your 10th house. And in January, everything meets Pluto. The Sun meets Pluto the last 10 days. Mercury meets Pluto. Venus meets Pluto. Mars meets Pluto in the last 10 days of January. So big transformations in your career, also powerful new beginnings. The meeting a new planet means a new cycle begins. So 1, 2, 3, 4 planets start a new cycle with Pluto. Renewal, new changes, new beginnings, transformations, possibly of your career, of your relationships with authority figure or father figures, with your goals and ambitions, transformations. It might even come through a crisis because it's Pluto after all. Sometimes it comes not just through inner motivation. Pluto can really motivate us internally when other planets join it with willpower, unequal to willpower you've had before in regards to how you want to see your life, what is the mission you have on earth here. So the 9th house stellium gives you the direction first, the inspiration, the clarity, maybe even advice from someone, and the intuition, the hunches, the open opportunities. The 10th house after that says like, okay, time to act on those changes in your career, transformations, new projects of some sort, or taking on more authority, taking on authoritative action, Sun, Mars there, to fulfill maybe those ideals and visions of the 9th house. Maybe to tackle something connected to institutions and people in authority as well, to put energy in that. Or, sometimes 10th house is parents as well. So something in that area. But like all eyes on you, the most visible, the highest house, January, in the 9th is visible, the 10th is very visible. You make an impact on others. You can influence events in the direction you want. With so many conjunctions, it's more about having free will. So setting the right intentions about the future vision, the right steps, then starting to execute them into the direction you want. Having more self-discipline and 10th house is very kind of supervising power over yourself or influence over what's happening around you, executive decision in a sense. yeah, so you might be asked something about career that's important happening, about public status, public image as well, uh, and visibility. There is a lot of visibility there from the last part of January. And on the 20th of January, Sun and Mercury meet in your 10th house. Maybe important news about career, about some decision in your life, maybe contacts with others, maybe meetings. It's 20th, 21st, 19th, 20th, 21st, increased flow of information, of communications, of something, news connected very likely to 10th house, to work or other such important matters as well. Initiating new projects there, as I said, might be written, spoken. Yeah, but the Pluto, yeah, there might be, because all those planets meet with Pluto, there might be some kind of a clash with authority figure or bosses, or like your inner boss becomes very driven and very kind of, there's this obsessive focus, laser energy, or maybe some crisis that pushes you into transforming the direction of your life overall, the 10th house, of your career, of how you take responsibility in your life, how you show up for others and for yourself. This is the 10th house as well, with what actions. So yeah, very interesting, powerful month, guys. And then the eclipses come from February, so stay tuned. This is just the preparation, a lot of new beginnings, a lot of fast forward movement and action. If you'd like to hear your horoscope for the whole 2026, my yearly horoscopes are out. They're very affordable, 2 hours for each sign. You can listen to your sun, or moon, and rising, or the three of them, for the price of two only, or the calendar, just every transit for 2026, every transit, every moment. It's 150 pages. A planet becomes visible, invisible. Every full moon, new moon interpretations that I write for you every year. It's only $20, a whole book of astrology, day by day for the year ahead. Thank you. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2026. Gemini, this month starts with the full moon on the 30th of January, on the 3rd of January, in your second house. It's an auspicious full moon. It's conjunct Jupiter, the planet of growth, opportunities, and blessings. And it's also conjunct Sirius, the most beneficial, benevolent star in the sky, the brightest one for us, very spiritual star. And because it's a full moon, it can be like rewards, gaining something. So the first couple of weeks of the month, there can be some rewards connected to finances for you, or getting the results of previous efforts in regards to resources, stability, or maybe support from family. Second house is also connected to family, emotional, psychological support, healing of some sort there as well. Second house can be also anything to do with resources, family support, financially, maybe completing some financial obligation as well, seeing the results of it. Or moon conjunct Jupiter, it's about illuminating truth, realizing something in regards to in your life, something that, especially in regards to family, in regards to security and stability in your life, realizing something and hopefully changing it and emotionally healing it in a sense and releasing it. Full moons is about releasing something that might be blocking you. Cancer is a sattvic sign. Jupiter is a moksha planet, sattvic as well. So it's about healing, releasing, and it is connected to resources, to how you eat as well. Maybe luckier and easier for you to release some unhealthy way of eating, to let it go, to see the truth about it. So it's not like a difficult, like, oh, I'm depriving myself decision, or about what you put in your body health wise. Some realization, and some commitment, and releasing the past guilt, or releasing some pain and hurt connected to family in some way. But really, the biggest important event is happening in your 8th house, where all the planets are meeting. They're starting new cycles, 5 or 4 new cycles. There is a new moon on the 17th. On the 4th, Venus conjunct Sun, fifth, sixth, Mars conjunct Sun, Mars conjunct Venus, Mercury conjunct Mars, new moon, conjunctions. This is about new beginnings. Conjunctions about old things ending and new beginnings starting, new circumstances appearing there. And they're not just for January. The first 20 days of January, it's full of new events. It's full of new changing direction. And and the most important one, of course, is the Sun conjunct Mars, because it will affect you for the next 2 years. Something will start shifting now from January that will make you redirect your whole energy and resources and, let's say, efforts, and you start pouring your fuel into a very different area of your life. Actually, I just came through a 2 year Sun Mars conjunction. It started at the end of 2023, so the whole 25, 24, and 25 were under Mars Sun conjunction in the 8th house. For me, as an Aries, now you're gonna go into Sun Mars conjunction in your 8th house for the next 2 years. So a lot of your willpower and conscious efforts and authoritative action, you're called to develop authoritative action, mastery, willpower through the 8th house matters. I can lead you what happened to me those 2 years. And there was a lot of my efforts went into helping, supporting others. 8th house is other people, other people's finances, people that work for me, or people that rely on you, or for some of you might be like putting a lot of effort securing some grant from the government or some support from government, or maybe some support from a partner, maybe alimony or something that you can win. Of course, Sun Mars is there for the winning of the battle, but the battle might be a bit, battle and a half. For me, it was efforts, where you put efforts, conscious efforts, willpower. And a lot of mutual finances. Me and my husband have saving, making money for mutual goals. Their second house is you, in a combination with another, as a partnership, your resources, your efforts. And also it was a lot of like internal power struggle and inner to overcome and to transform myself. 8th house is about self-transformation on the psychological level. I consciously engaged and put a lot of efforts in that way, to change in a positive way and to overcome my inner demons. Of course, everyone has some inner demons. They're hidden in the 8th house. That's where our traumas are stored. Traumas from childhood, from early life, from past lifetimes, where our body locks up the emotions in the chakras, in the astral body, and they can manifest as chronic diseases, fears, panics, as obsession, something that controls us. And I put a lot of conscious effort for breaking through those. And my own demons were always very low self-confidence, and I work with a positive psychologist. So 8th house is about transformational work with a psychologist, even if not that, with your own like digging, investigating, trying to get to the roots of it, and freeing yourself, confronting your inner demons, confronting the things that make you feel most vulnerable. It's an internal battle very often, or power struggle with others as well, but it's also about gaining your own power. So Sun and Mars there, it's a very powerful combination, starting a new cycle for the next 2 years. It truly wants to upgrade your willpower, to take back your power from your own monsters, internal or external monsters, if you're in some kind of a situation where others are abusing you in some way, or keeping control of you, or gaslighting you, pressing your buttons, some kind of traumatic situation. You take your power back from such situations. Or you'd also empower yourself, how you psychologically you'll get to the roots of what is weakening you, because the 8th house is the house of the weak spot that we have. What is weakening you? What is compelling you? What is controlling you, obsessing you? And you'd consciously tackle such things and hopefully break through. I think Mars is very strong in Capricorn. It's a slow work. It's not going to happen overnight, but over the next 2 years. So next time Mars and the Sun meet, it will be in your 11th house, much more lighter house in 2028, I think, yes. But till then, you'd have broken through some internal inner fears, overcome them, overcome something that is your weakest spot, transform psychologically deeply. You pour a lot of fuel into overcoming that, or if someone has control over it or something, to break through it. Also, you might have made big strides ahead through powerful willpower and focused actions to financially be free of dependence from another, or to grow your finances, or to some mutual goal, financial goal, with a partner, with a business partner. In regards to money comes through others, you put a lot of energy there as well. Taxes can be interests of you for those 2 years, insurances, inheritances as well, or psychological transformation, or putting a lot of energy into subconscious secrets, astrology, research. Some of you might be just like starting intense period of research. It's, and it's some kind of powerful new beginnings in the eighth house. Maybe a new way you do your taxes, maybe a new intimacy contact, maybe a renewed or a change in, maybe some secrets can come to the surface which start transforming you. Maybe interest in psychological transformation. It's kind of more hidden private house, and it's more financial house, but that's where you have. But this is, once you master the eighth house, which Mars and Sun conjunction, it's about mastery, conscious actions towards mastery, authoritative action over your weak spots. So that's powerful, It's not fun, it's not easy, but it's tremendously empowering. And after that, they'll join in your 11th house of gains in 2028. So that can be your big social position or big social influence, the transforming society and so on. But first, you're doing this internal shift, Gemini, and breaking from being possessed or being controlled by something. Or maybe even some hidden money. You can work in the direction of hidden money, or you can put a lot of energy into some direction of confidential information, or fields that are connected to confidential information, of transformation, of healing, of sometimes people do a lot of transformation connected to their health as well, appearance, yeah, possibly. Anyway, but it's kind of like death and rebirth. These new beginnings are starting, and it can feel a bit crisis-like, shocking, but there is powerful renewal that follows after that, because this is not just the house of death, it's the house of rebirth. And it's like a second chance of life. All those conjunctions are giving you transformation, second chance of life. So that's what's being activated for you. Shamanic work, healing, deep healing. It's the eighth house as well. So healing of long-standing chronic situations that maybe it's not all going to happen in January, but the beginning seeds of that are being sown there. All right. An awakening of the Kundalini as well, the sexual energy. New sexual interest, who knows? New sexual or intimate interest, or renewal of the intimacy in your life. That's good. That sounds good, doesn't it? Or a new mutual financial project with someone, or a loan, or investment from another, that can change your life in some way. And on the 20th, the Sun and Mercury move into Aquarius. So 19, 20, 21st, they join together in Aquarius. So the energy moves into your 9th house. Yeah, but they'll join Pluto there, all of them. But around the 19, 20, 21st is full of information, contacts, people connecting with you, you connecting with others, receiving important pieces of information, maybe some meetings, communications that can clarify things for you. 9th house is about pointing you in the right direction. It's about receiving pieces of missing information. It's about new information that opens horizons for you and opens new opportunities for you. maybe about a trip of some sort, or learning something new that will again expand your possibilities. And Mars and Venus, the last 10 days of January, basically all those planets, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Sun, that met in Capricorn, are gonna move into your ninth house. Very auspicious. So the last 10 days can feel days for you, Cancer. It's much lighter than this eighth house energy. Like you're emerging after being transformed, like the beginning stages of transformations for you. You emerge like from the cocoon stage into the butterfly stage, the ninth house, or the light at least. You start breaking through the cocoon and you see the light at the end of the tunnel. But they meet with Pluto those last 10 days of January. So there is some kind of a crisis transformation into the light again. It's not a light experience, it's intense, but it's again about transformation. Again, these themes continue for you, but it's almost like you feel you've come out of the dark stage and you feel like the empowerment now. The ninth house is very empowering, even when all those planets meet Pluto, the lord of the underworld. It's about taking your power back. It's about getting a vision for the future and what is the right thing to do. And so the last 10 days of January and the first 20 days of February, it will be a lot about very lucky alignments, being at the right place at the right time, aligning to your higher self, the ninth house's connection to God, to higher power, to higher forces, and seeing the big picture and intuitively knowing what is right for you. Also aligning, becoming more moral, more virtuous. Maybe some crisis can push you in the direction to connect with God, to try to do more virtuous, more, morality, to tell the truth. Maybe you'll be faced with some moral dilemma. It's a lot of new beginnings in this ninth house. Sun, Mars, Venus, Mercury. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 new beginnings conjunct Pluto. So new renewal of your spiritual purpose, renewal of your mission in life, renewal of the direction you want to take. Maybe some deep desire to study or learn something as well. To travel. Maybe a travel or a trip can be extremely transformational in the end of January and February for you. It can be extremely life eye-opening and helping you break through some traumas or stuck situation. Also learning something, studying something can be very transformational as well. Seeing some truths from a higher perspective, realizing things that you are not aware of. It's like aha moment, eureka moment. That's the ninth house. And it's like the higher self and God is supporting you the last 10 days of January, the first 20 days of February as well. A lot of air energy. You'd feel a lot more like yourself. After the 20th of February, you start feeling like, oh, it's lightening up. Despite of the Pluto transit, it's like your willpower is strengthened, then your resolution, your clarity about what you have to do about the future for the next step as well. Some mentors can appear in your life, or just mentors or wise words or guide. If you turn with a prayer to God, you'd receive the right guardianship, guide. Ninth house is when it's activated, when we receive answers from above, when we receive answers from our higher self, from God. Maybe dedication towards more morality, maybe dedication towards a better version of yourself, expansion, growth, seeing opportunities that were not present before. That's a big thing as well for you, Gemini, in the last 10 days of the month. So yeah, it brightens up a lot, especially in February. Despite of the eclipses, I think it's very powerful for you. So good time the last 10 days, either to travel to a new place, to start studying something new, and into February as well, to teach or to give guidance to others, or search guidance from more experienced and moral sources that you respect, or to receive inspiration from others. If you need questions, answers, big questions about yourself, about your future, now is the time, the last 10 days of January, the beginning of February. If you want to study, learn, travel, or deal with some legal matters, again, very auspicious time from the end of January. So thank you. You see all those planets aligned here to help you. First, though, the biggest, most important conjunctions are in the 8th house, some internal transformation. So you can enter into the improved version of yourself, the 9th house, into the higher version of yourself. But first, some deep realizations there might have to happen, even a bit of shocking surprises of the 8th house. It's so many planets conjunctions in the 8th house. It's kind of like fundamental change that you can initiate, or it can be initiated from the outside for you. Not just on the surface, it's deep, it's psychological. All right, thank you, Gemini. And of course, check out my calendar for 2026. It's only $20. Usually it's $40. It's 150 or more pages. Every single transits of 2026. I've written them personally. No AI, don't worry. I'm not using that. I write this calendar every year. All visible, invisible planets, full moon, new moons, analyze individually. Step-by-step guide for the year ahead, general, or if you want your personal horoscope for 2026 from me. I don't do personal readings, but I do something very close to it, which is a 2-hour video horoscope for each of the 12 signs. Again, it's only $20 per sign. I recommend you get your rising sign, sun and moon if you can afford, but they're at half price, or even half price for the 3 of them, just for the price of 2, if you like my style of teaching. Thank you. Cancer, sun, moon, rising, January 2026. Cancer, the month starts very supportive. All planets are in earth and water signs, and you know that you're a water sign, and water signs are supported by earth, supported by other water signs, so you're in your own waters. You're not like crab that's in the air taking a plane. You're crab in water and on earth, just like crabs like it. So the energies are very harmonized, then aligned from you from the beginning, but they start shifting towards the ends of January. And the month starts with a full moon in your sign. All light on you. On the 3rd of January, full moon in Cancer. On the 13th, 14th degree, the middle Cancers really feel it intensely. These are the 3rd, 4th, 2nd, kind of 4th, 5th, 6th born of July kind of Cancers. But even those days. But if you're the middle degrees of Cancer, this or any kind of Cancer, spotlight on you, and it's very auspicious full moon. It's conjunct Jupiter, not far away. You'll be seeing the full moon, and you'll see Jupiter next to it, and you'll see the star Sirius. The moon, not far away from the moon, is the most auspicious, brightest star in the sky, Sirius, which is it's connected to Isis. Sirius, it's connected to in modern esoteric, it's connected to the energy of the Christ, the most spiritual energy star in our sky, and Jupiter is the most beneficial, benevolent planet. And somehow things can align for some of you Cancers. Things, maybe if you've been working on something, you can be rewarded now. If you've been morally good and kind people, because Jupiter and Sirius they don't reward just efforts, they reward moral, if truthfulness, they reward someone who is kind to others, because they have very high spiritual charge. They're connected to high angelic hierarchies. So if you've been a good person, there can be some rewards for you. There can be some healing. There can be conclusion of some difficult chapter as well, because full moons are about completing something, being with Jupiter and Sirius to be relieved. Maybe you've paid your dues karmically and spiritually, some kind of tap on your shoulder or relief. You can connect to Sirius or like to higher powers, pray to Christ consciousness, to whatever your higher power is, even though, it needs to be something more elevated than you. and that can be extremely auspicious. As I said, Jupiter can be rewarding even in the sense of wealth or rewards, or completing some difficult phase in life, or just illuminating you towards a direction. Some truth is revealed to you, some path is revealed to you, some way out is revealed for you, or even some spiritual experience for some of you, or conclusion of something, so on. So yeah, use that full moon, even though it's in opposition with all those planets, it's like a catalyst, something important. It's in your first house. If you're Cancer Sun, it can be something important, positive, and or important decision. Sometimes not necessarily just positive. It might not feel positive, but it is for the good, because Jupiter and Sirius participate in regards to your career, in regards to important men in your life. If it's your moon, in regards to your personal life, emotional connections, in regards to your family, it's in regards to your emotional and mental well-being with the moon in Cancer. Something good that happens. With If it's your ascendant, in regards to your health, in regards to the direction in your life, in regards to some personal initiative that you get rewarded for, you see the results of, or are freed from some physical suffering or something like that, multiple possibilities. Very much depends on the specific horoscope of the person. Now, the other big events, truly the most important this month, January. Oh, this one is pretty important for you, but it's in your 7th house. And it's the whole first 20 days of January, one after another, conjunctions, and new beginnings. End of old cycles, beginning of new cycles. So starting from the 4th, Sun conjunct Venus, then Sun conjunct Mars, then Venus conjunct Mars, then Mercury conjunct Mars, till the 19th or something. They keep happening one after another. So it's non-stop new circumstances, new possibilities, opportunities, the end of something old, the beginning of something new. And for you, it's happening in the 7th house, directly opposite your sign. You're very strongly impacted, Cancer, from this powerful new beginnings. And it is about directing events into the direction you want when it's conjunction. We still have more free will to direct things, but it's happening in your 7th house, which is somehow dependent on others. So others can become a source of new direction in your life. Your partner, some opportunity appears for them, or some new situation in their life that changes and impacts you as well. Or your business or personal partner, or maybe someone approaches you, connects with you, new contacts, new partnerships starting even. Venus and Mars, the 2 planets of passion, meeting in your 7th house. It can be that you, if you're single, or even if you're not, that new passionate interest appears for you, or a new phase of your relationship, already existing relationship, or something ending in regards to personal or business relationship, and something new starting, or maybe some contracts that can appear as a possibility for you, new direction contracts for you, or some collaboration that starts, or maybe someone provokes you and pushes your buttons that triggers you to a new direction. Sometimes it's not necessarily just in a positive way. Sometimes someone can say, "Ooh, you suck. You don't look good." So it triggers you to change something about your looks, or your business, or your website is shit. I don't understand how to use it, and triggers you. Some external influence, 7th house, can trigger you to start in a new direction, or maybe a great time to get, say, a fitness instructor or motivator, someone else to push your buttons to motivate you, because the 2 planets of willpower, Sun and Mars, are meeting together. So to do something either with another, start a sport with another, start a business with another, or have a life coach, or have a trainer, or start playing tennis with a trainer, or changing your appearance with someone else that motivates you. Start together with a partner or a best friend, because they're like your driving engine. I'm not saying that you can't do things alone, but somehow others are involved, or external influence triggers this. Even if it's frustrating, know it's for good. And the most important conjunction is the Sun-Mars conjunction around the 6th, 7th. It starts a 2-year cycle for you, Cancers. Every 2 years and 2 months, Mars and the Sun meet together in your horoscope, and it shows where are you going to be putting most of your willpower and efforts and conscious efforts, and where you will be growing strength, and where you'll be fighting your battles, and where you'll be winning your battles, and where you'll be consciously achieving and striving and being more ambitious for the next 2 years. So such an important conjunction. I look back at the years in my life, every 2 years and something, when those two planets meet in a different house for me, it truly is where for the next 2 years I have the most efforts, where I put the most sweat, where I develop the most willpower, where I put the most fuel. And for you, it's happening in the seventh house. It can be in relationships. You can be working on a relationship. You can be doing business partnerships. You can be connecting with others. You can be collaborating with others. But for business, it's fantastic. For making business deals, shark-like. For finding out people to collaborate with. For sales, fantastic as well. Even a bit aggressive, but one can become much better salesperson, connect to more clients, more marketing, learn a lot more about selling, about dealing with others on one-on-one. But it's a bit more stressful in personal relationships. Because why? Because it is Sun and Mars are two very willful, strong planets. So you either attract more willful people in your life, but actually a new relationship can start with more powerful people, strong people, whether they're business partnerships or personal, that are more motivational. But in personal relationships, it's good if you have some goal together. Maybe over the next 2 years you develop some goal together with your marriage partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, to work together, to put a lot of efforts together in some direction. Or otherwise there can be some, having to work out through power struggles with another. But it's also about forging alliances, and dealing with seven houses, as I said, might be with lawyers, with clients a lot, dealing with connecting with others, doing something important with others, or truly new chapter in relationships, passion, so on. Taking on some new project together with a partner. These are something new starting in the life of your partner themselves. I remember when I had this conjunction in the seventh house, the Sun-Mars conjunction, my husband then took a decision that will stay in Bulgaria. He took it. I didn't force him. Maybe I wanted, but I never said anything. So he made a big change. So we as a couple made a big change. And the next 2 years was about adapting to this new change as a couple, this new responsibility there. We took on a lot of big projects, doing 2 properties in Bulgaria during this 2 years. And I also did a lot of business partnership during that time. And we were together in a battle for a mutual goal. But yeah, just gave you some ideas how it can play out. So watch out what is coming to you from seventh house. Is not only others, is external circumstances that trigger you, that activate something for you. Yes, and then on the 20th, Mercury and the Sun have a conjunction in the 0 degrees of Aries, so they move into your 8th house. 19th, 20th, 21st, a lot of flow of information, connecting with others in some ways, in the house of others, hearing from others, new people as well, new contacts, important business meetings, important communications and conversations about finances, resources, money, 8 houses that are about deep, intimate topics as well. And all those planets will meet Pluto in your 8th house. Actually, after the 20th of January, Venus, Mercury, Sun, Mars move all into your 8th house. So the energy moves from the 7th house with alliances, contracts, agreements, connecting with others, other people, to 8th house, which is other people's resources, the last 10 days of January and the first 20 days of February are very much, you might be dependent on other people's resources, so might be thinking of, because there's 4 new conjunctions happening in Aquarius, so again, new beginnings through other people's resources, maybe finding a loan, securing loan from a bank or sponsorship from someone or investment from someone, or investing in other people's or mutually together with a partner in some goal together, or combining one's resources with another person's resources towards a goal, or tapping into other people's talents and resources, or other people's money, securing new ways to achieve, to kind of get to other people's money or attract other people's money. But eighth house is about transformations, most importantly, psychological transformations. And with Pluto, all of them, Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, meet Pluto in the end of January. So there might be some crisis and transformation psychologically that make you realize a deep secret, a deep motivation, or make you really commit with deep willpower, Pluto, towards psychological change in a new direction, towards, yeah, it's psychologically profound in some way, some realization, some secret. It's also starting a new intimacy as well. There's the secret, the eighth house is secret relationships or intimacy or secret money. Maybe some kind of initiation of some external or alternative money of sort, or hidden money, or investments, eighth houses, investments in stock market, in hedge funds, in such kind of where people pull together resources. So there can be some new beginnings for you there, or might be triggered by crisis because of Pluto. But again, they want to take you in a new direction, new investments through with others, or yeah, with the talents of others. And eighth house can be something important connected from the end of January: taxes, insurances, inheritances, deep transformation, overcoming your inner demons, fighting your inner demons, confronting the monster within, confronting the things that control you and that you're afraid of, and seeing that, all right, there is nothing to be afraid of. Crossing that bridge, basically. Things that we're scared of, things that we think it's a monster, it turns out to be some unprocessed shadow of ours, some unprocessed quality of ours that we haven't claimed, and that we, even positive ones, that, so you kind of on this investigation trip from the end of January, the last part of January, the last 10 days of claiming unclaimed hidden resources that you have, talents of yours, or even shadow side that you haven't embraced, that you've rejected, recognizing it. And that can lead to profound healings as well, to wholeness, to psychological transformation, crossing a bridge over, as they say. All right. So this is what is it for you, Cancer. But this full moon at the very beginning of the month is powerful. And then all of this conjunction in the seventh house, important new beginnings. This is first seventh house activation very strongly. You and the direction in your life and other people. So pivotal, very new things happening, developing. Things come to you through others. Stay open to those matters. If they activate you, they trigger you. Even if it's frustrating, it is for good. Yes, Cancer, and after that come the eclipses in February, so stay tuned. And if you'd like to hear your whole prediction for 2026, don't forget my yearly 2026 video horoscopes, 2 hours and more for each sign are out. Check out your sun, moon, and ascendant. If you want the 3 of them, you can get them for the price of 2 only. It's only $20 or 19 per sign. Or also my 2026 calendar. It's not for a specific sign, but it covers absolutely all the transits. I write it personally every year about visible, invisible planets, moons, all the new moons, full moons, eclipses, absolutely everything astrologically that can happen. So you have it, because there is the separate transits and there is the personal transits. I've supplied both. Thank you so much. Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2026. Leo, the month starts with a full moon in your 12th house. On the 3rd of January, there is a very spiritual full moon because the moon is conjunct the most spiritual star, which connects us to higher dimensions. It connects us to the Christ spirit, to the Horus spirit, as it was known in Egypt, the Horus or Osiris, which is the Christ Holy Spirit energy. And it's with Jupiter, the most angelic and divine wisdom. This is the planet of divine wisdom, angelic wisdom, and blessings. In your 12th house, the most spiritual house. So all those energies that are very similar lining up in your 12th house. For example, and what can we expect? You can expect, some of you, like a message from the invisible world, from love departed people, or sometimes it's not like, or even in your dream, receiving an answer to a long-standing question. 12th house is our dream world, our lucid dreaming, our intuition. If you're in a meditation, or maybe you're just zoning out, watching somewhere in a peaceful state, in a kind of, present but not busy thought, and you can receive a download. These are the states of the 12th house. They're kind of a bit zen, a bit relaxed, receptive states, not busy doing something, not necessarily just sleeping. And you receive a message. Jupiter is divine messenger. Jupiter is as well the divine wisdom, angelic wisdom and blessings. Sirius is very high vibrational planet that the full moon is aligned with, and full moon is the most intuitional time of each month anyway. So expect downloads from your guardian angels or your higher self or love departed people, or just like intuition, your intuition being very strong, and something in the dark, in the subconscious, being illuminated by the light of this full moon and by the wisdom and knowledge of Jupiter. Jupiter in the 12th house is like a flashlight of knowledge and deep intuitive understanding about things that were dark for you. 12th house is where we bury the secrets, where we bury things that we don't understand from past lifetimes, motivations that are and actions that we do and we don't know why, almost like in a hypnotized state. These are our self-sabotaging behaviors, and this really powerfully aligned, very divine, very angelic energy of this full moon, very intuitive and healing. Cancer is extremely healing, happening in your subconscious. They can be like a revelation of a long-standing self-sabotaging behavior, revelation in entangling and solving of an addiction, or some realization about why you're doing something that might be harming you, why you're self-sabotaging your success in some way. Or maybe some long-standing fear, paranoias, things again that are irrational, and why you're afraid of heights, or why you're afraid of small spaces or big spaces for that, or they're all of ducks. There's there's all kinds of weird, strange phobias. They can be a revelation or a breakthrough, because full moon is about something reaching the limit of its tether, and either being untethered from it, being released, or seeing the results of it. So the psychological, spiritual healings, breakthroughs, realizations, psychological and spiritual realizations about, or even answers to problems long-standing. And on another level, you might feel more intuitive, or you might have more vivid dreams, as I said, or maybe just some kind of more mystical states, or easier ability to meditate, or to achieve some state of nirvana, or a state of bliss of a sort, or a state of real peacefulness and calm, which is what the 12th house is, or an answer or a breakthrough if you've had sleep problems in some way. It's again it's with Sirius, the star of Mother Mary, of the Isis, and Sirius is connected to the Christ energy. So beautiful. Ask for something. 12th house is the house of prayer as well, Leo, where this full moon is happening for you. So your prayers, there's like the house of prayers is aligned. The most spiritual house is aligned with this portal of Sirius, this portal of Jupiter, all high vibrational planets. But of course, it can also make you more susceptible to external influences, the beginning of January, because this opens like a psychic portals between you and invisible worlds, And you can open them with substances, you can open them with extreme over emotionality, because Jupiter can expand the emotional reactions of the moon. I advise more equanimity if you can keep your cool. And on the negative side, that can align with kind of some entities entering and influencing you. So it's good to stay high vibrational without substances if possible. So you and without mental kind of funks and going down rabbit holes with negative thoughts. So you can so you can connect to high vibrational subconscious or higher influences from this very psychic 12th house, where you can get revelations, pouring out of some kind of inspiration, pouring out of some kind of downloads, answers, rather than the negative influences. So yeah, stay away if possible from the negative 12th house experiences, because you'll be much more easy, like addictions, to succumb to them, or much more, the influence will be expanded, the impact of those. But hopefully that can also be like a breakthrough, so you realize some things about those states. Anyway, this is, and on a more material level, the 12th house is something to do with foreign countries, maybe some fulfillment of a trip abroad that becomes possible around the full moon in the next 2 weeks after of January, the first 2 weeks of January, let's say. Something to do with deep research, something to do with foreign places, we said. Yeah, these are kind of the topics. Hospitals, retreats, rest, take a break, rest. But the biggest event in January is that 6th house is the busiest. Okay, the full moon happens here, resolve something of this 12th house, maybe some past karma, something that has been unresolved in your subconscious, But the big event is the new beginnings. This is like endings, completions, results, ending something, the full moon, completing it. And it's beneficial. It's with Jupiter, it's with Sirius, it's a blessing. But also you have new beginnings. And those new beginnings are connected to your 6th house, because we have 4 new conjunctions. Conjunctions is starting of new cycles in your 6th house. It's not directly expecting you as a Leo, but still it can be new. And you know how for New Year's, New Year's Eve comes and says, tomorrow I'm not drinking, I'm not smoking, I'm going to the gym, I'll clean my house. We make those commitments, but they very rarely work for a long time. But this January is different. This is probably one of the best January to make long-term decisions and commitments, because there is 4 new conjunctions in Capricorn. Capricorn is the sign of discipline. Capricorn is the sign of staying the long term, and it's in your 6th house of healthy habits or unhealthy habits. Don't commit to unhealthy habits. But you can, this time, if you want, from maybe from the first week of January, because those conjunctions carry on till the 4th and 15th. They start from the 4th, first the Sun and Venus, Sun and Mars, Sun and Venus and Mars, Mercury and Mars, like bam, 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 the whole month. New beginnings, renewal. When there is new beginning, there is new impetus, motivation in regards to this house. And staying power, Capricorn, commitment, being serious. So Capricorn is the energy of being willing to trade in late nights for early mornings. Or Capricorn is the ability to deny yourself instant gratification. And because it's in your 6th house, for health reasons, for to have more order, to create healthier and better routines in your life. Actually, one of the biggest successes, because it's one of the houses of material success. If you want to be materially successful, you need to have order and routines in your life. That's a rule, So this is like all these new beginnings in your 6th house allow you a very rare opportunity now in January to set some new healthier routines. Me as the Leo moon, I'm like, okay, yes. And to stick with them long term. By the way, one of the most important conjunctions starting around the 6th of January, it will last 2 years and 2-3 months, is the Sun-Mars conjunction. Sun-Mars meet once every 2.5 years. And this is so important for your personal life, because these are 2 personal planets. And it defines where you're going to put the biggest fight and the biggest energy and efforts and achievement, because Sun and Mars together, they're like a winning force. the king and the general. You mobilize both your internal king, the sun, and your internal general to tackle some problem, to win some new kingdom. They're both like pioneering energies, and they both together represent the biggest mobilization of personal willpower. So this where you have a chance for the next 2 years to really build willpower to the extent that you become, you learn to take authoritative action very easily. And this is in regards to your health. This is in regards to health habits, routines, organization and order. You might commit to becoming more just clean, like make up your bed, as simple as that. And Sun and Mars, if you start it now in January, they say, even if you don't start it, like they're saying, this is where a lot of your energy will be required for the next 2 years and a bit. Otherwise, Sun Mars can activate some kind of health issues. There are so many planets in the 6th house, especially when we don't have healthy habits, especially when we've really pushed to an extreme our body, late nights, not enough rest, bad posture, bad eating habits, toxic environment. 6th house rules all of those things, especially at work as well, not just at home. And it makes you start some battle or a fight that you're gonna win. Don't worry, Mars is exalted over the next 2 years over some of your weaknesses. 6th house is our bad habits you can overcome. It's a house of the battleground, and Sun and Mars love to be in the house of the battleground. What do we fight with? Our enemies. This is also house of our enemies. Our enemies can be our bad habits. It can be actual person you're fighting, some competitor that you win over. Okay, we have this power, Mars, 6th house of your enemies. Okay, the enemies will be feisty, but there is because it's your 6th house, you can win over your enemies and competitors. Maybe win some court case or lawyer. It's also court cases is the 6th house. Someone accusing you, litigation, some kind of accusation, litigation, or if you feel like there is more accusations towards you, but you kind of come out winning from those. But it's like a 2-year process. Or your other enemies is bad habits or literal some enemies, but it's also some difficult circumstances in your life. 6th house, the house that wants to fix things, to repair, to make them, and Sun and Mars are very good at there, especially the practical side of your life. Certain habits are not working, certain routines, certain way how you do your job is not working. You can fix, repair, change. 6th house is your work as well. So this can be new beginnings, a renewal, maybe a new project at work starts, and you'll be putting a lot of efforts and energy, not just this January, because you're just planting the seeds now in regards to work, habits, new routines there. But it will take a couple of, especially the first year, where the growing till Mars makes an opposition with the Sun in 1 year from now approximately. That's where you put the more effort to grow those new routines or new job direction, new job project. You're being told you have a lot of responsibilities and duties for the next 2 years. With all those new conjunctions there, but you'll do them with love, because Venus also starts a cycle with Mars and with the Sun. So there's a lot of your love that you pour in it, and enjoyment, pleasure almost in some work project that feels, I would say, kind of good. It's there is desire and passion for it there, either for introducing new health habits, like introducing a new smoothie or more fruits and vegetables or whatever, and new health practices and new job work. Or maybe some of you might be hiring new employees, 6th house there, and they'll be very hardworking. Sun, Mars, there might be some power struggles, but these people push, they're proactive. Or you can be very proactive and become proactive at your job, at your work responsibilities. Even if you don't work, like a new job can appear, opportunity to work. Or if you're working a new direction for your job, a new project, a new way of doing your job, if you want. Health issues, as I said, if some health issues appear, this conjunction say you can tackle them with a new diagnosis or a new way of changing your daily habits, introducing healthier foods, exercise, and so on. It's for the sense of mental and physical health, though. So yeah, this is where the renewal is happening for you. This is where a lot of fuel will be put there. You'll be putting a lot of fuel into habits, into work, into maybe tackling some debt. 6 houses, if you have a debt, to consolidate it, to make it less over the next 2 years, to pay it off. You put a lot of willpower there. So it's very good for the Sun and Mars in the 6th house. Willpower put you into healthier habits, into your work, into fighting with enemies, fighting toxicity in your environment in some way as well. It can be like a fungus in your house. You're winning the battle though, but the battle is not just January. No. So very warrior service, or if you're in service jobs, very busy time. You might be a policeman, fire worker, nurse, teacher, working with social services, any kind of service profession, working with clients. A very busy period, not just January, but because the new cycle of Sun Mars starts, it says maybe for the next couple of years, you'd be and making innovations. Sun Mars is very much about innovations there, some changes, innovations in how you generally for everyone, how you take care of your body, how you do your daily routines, how your habits, all right, so experiment. Don't be afraid to try new things in regards to health, habits, and so on. But lots of work as well here and having to fix problems, but you won't be afraid. Difficult things you have to do, fix some problems, repair something, whether it's at home, at work, something. You would have the courage, the motivation. Let's get that down, this dirty work done. Let's get it done. I'm not afraid. I'll put passion into it, and so on. And gradually from the end of the month, planets start moving into your 7th house from the 20th. Actually, the 20th of Jan, Sun and Mercury meet at 0 degrees Aquarius, so very early Leos will feel it. That's your 7th house, so around 19th, 20th, 21st, a lot of contact with other 7th house, other people. You can receive messages from others. You might be proactive and contact others. You can receive emails. They can be this overflow of information, overload of information, contacts, initiating new connections, business deals, new conversations with others, some new projects with others. Gradually, the last 10 days of January and the first 15, 20 days of February, all those planets actually in January move. The Sun, Venus, Mars, Sun, Mercury in your 7th house, and will stay there till the middle of February, and there will be eclipses. But so gradually, like a lot of things, and 4 new cycles are starting as well. So new beginnings in your 7th house, because all those planets meet one after another. First new cycle Sun and Mercury, new cycle Mercury and Venus, new cycle Mercury Pluto, new cycle Mars Pluto, new cycle Sun Pluto, new cycle Venus Pluto. Wow, 6 new cycles. So 4 new cycles in your 6th house, 6 new cycles, or 5 new cycles here, 5 and 6 new cycles in your 7th house. So new beginnings, but from the end of January, through relationships, new people entering your life, new beginnings in the life of your partner, new clients, new marketing campaign to reach out more clients if you want. So for some, maybe renewal of your job, new ideas about your job. Then 7th house is maybe taking it out there to the public. 7th house, new people connecting with you with them, starting some new project with your marriage partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, or new relationship overall, or they starting something new in their life. So there's this renewal of relationships and maybe some opportunity and possibilities, but maybe a crisis. Pluto also creates some of those new beginnings, or very intense, something intense triggers this connecting with others, or others trigger you. Pluto can trigger you intense reaction from you for you to make some changes. So others are like, especially at the end of January and February, are like catalyst for change for you. So even if you are triggered, someone teasing you, someone pressing your button, someone power struggle with you, this kind of Plutonian energy there, all those new beginnings, even if it's like that, or someone calling you out or manipulating you, it's actually they're acting, the universe is sending those people, it's pushing them to interact with you in such a way, or you might feel even doing that, like You kind of get fed up with something someone is doing, you call them out, or you want a new approach towards a certain relationships. And that is to renew, to transform relationships, to transform how you do relationships. Uh, and others also, if others are activating you, triggering you, it's so you can change something and you can start some new beginnings. So you can see, even if it's frustrating for the time being, because Mars conjunct Pluto, not easy energy. Anything conjunct Pluto, not easy energy, very triggering, very transformational. So you can have like brand new relationship phase, especially towards February, when an eclipse also happens in your seventh house. So we have here January at the end, most of February with an eclipse in your seventh house and all those planets joining with Pluto in your seventh house. Big, massive things happening in regards to others or from external circumstances. Seventh house sometimes is not others, it's external circumstances that trigger you towards a transformation of yourself. There you go, Leos. Hope that was helpful. If you want your full 2026 video horoscope, they're still discounted at $20 for 2 hours and above for your sign, sun sign, moon sign, ascendant. You can get the 3 signs for half the price. Or the calendar where I go through every single day, every year, write this calendar for every single transit, full moon, new moon, visible, invisible planets. You can own it just for $20 again. They used to be $40 previous years. Now I know it's crisis in the world financial. So instead of rising prices like whole restaurants and people do and businesses, I'm taking them down because I see the impact on our lives, how hard with high prices everything is. So hopefully that's helpful. Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2026. Virgo, the month begins with a full moon, very beneficial full moon, very powerful full moon, activated by Jupiter, by the Sun, by Venus, Mars, Mercury. Like so many planets are participating, so it's an emotional, it's impactful full moon. Full moons are about completions, realizations, getting results in your 11th house of rewards. Some Virgos, the first 2 weeks of January, might get rewards for well done previous job. If you started some project previously, if you've been working, putting efforts, or in something, towards some long-term goal, long-term project, a dream of yours. 11th house is also financial rewards from your business if you have such, or bonuses, or your salary, or money from business, or money that comes from the government to you or from someone in authority. You can receive that if you've been putting such efforts in such direction, because Jupiter is rewards, is getting something like a blessing from above. The full moon is aligned with the star Sirius, which is a very blessed star. Again, it's a very generous star. And it's in the luckiest house, the 11th house of gains, of rewards. So some of you expect rewards, maybe completion of a long-term project or goal, maybe seeing results of it, maybe some promotion, maybe some public recognition. 11th house is acknowledgements from society. It's rewards, it's pat on the back for a job well done. If you have something like that, it's recognition of some sort, reward for previous actions, because it's a full moon. You're seeing the results of previous actions, or seeing how to shift the direction to achieve a long-term goal, a dream of yours, because full moon illuminates, and if there is something you need to that it's missing, or something that you can do better, or like an opportunity to make it even better, already existing stream of income, already existing source of social recognition, already existing goal and dream, to kind of build upon it, or to have some clarity about it as well. But also, it's the 11th house is friendships. There can be some emotional moments of connecting with friends. If you get invited somewhere the first 2 weeks of January, why not? It might be a source of opportunity, some social event, concert, retreat with like-minded people, conference. It's not just on the 3rd of January. It can be It's a full moon is 2 weeks influence. If you get invited to some kind of big party or event, I think something very positive can come out of it. It will be kind of intense and emotional, and there can be some emotional developments around friendships. You might be held by a friend or a benefactor or person, kind of respected person of some sort, Jupiter. But also it can be some kind of culmination of an aspect of a friendship and questioning it. This is a bit the most stressful energy of it, so to speak. But truly the most important impact this month is the 5 new conjunctions that are forming in your 5th house, Virgos. Already from the 5th, Sun conjunct Venus, new cycle starts, which is 18 months till they have this superior conjunction. I think it's called the superior conjunction again. Then Mars Sun on the 6th conjunction starts a new cycle for 2 years to 3 months. And then Venus Mars cycle, I think that one is about once per year they join together. And Mars Mercury cycle starts as well around the 17th, which is again about once per year cycle that starts. And the new moon in your 5th house starts. So many conjunctions. Conjunctions mean a new beginnings. And conjunction says, you see, you have the power to still influence events in the direction you want. When we have these oppositions like full moons, this is, you're seeing the results now. If you've done well, okay, rewards come. If you've sown good, if you've sown and you've taken care of the seeds, and you can have the harvest now with the full moon in the 11th house. But at the same time, we have the sowing of new seeds now. You won't immediately see results. As I said, it might be 1 to 2 years, because the longest cycle that starts here is 2 years Sun Mars. The shorter ones are about a year, but it takes like a few months to 1 to 2 years to those new beginnings to give results for you. But these are new beginnings in where? 5th house, love life for some of you. It can be like over the January, meeting a new romantic interest, or renewing an existing one, or renewing or kind of putting more fuel, because Sun and Mars is where we put conscious effort. Sun and Mars is our willpower together. They're both planets of willpower, the general, and Mars is the general, the Sun is the king. So they're like, all right, this is our new goal. Full speed ahead towards that. How do we achieve it? And it's in a very fun house. Fun house is how you have fun, how you connect to the flow of life, the joy giving life source. It's the source of light. The 5th house is the source of where life erupts from you. It's the source of childlike connection, being in the flow, being creative. This is the feeling that we feel. The easiest I can explain it to you, if you've been in love, that's the feeling when we feel like, we get very creative. When I've been in love, I've written poems. I'm not the person that writes poetry. And I've made like interesting games that I send my love interest around town with on a game to find clues. I'm not such a creative person, but when you're in love, you get creative. You feel joy to do things. Everything feels fun to do. Even going to the shop. When I was in love, I would try skateboarding and new hobbies and anything. So this is the feeling. It's not necessarily, some of you might be renewed through such activities that make life more fun, or renewal of interest. It's more fun activities in your life. And this is the challenge that Sun Mars wants you to do in the next 2 years. It says, use your willpower to discover things, new things, to discover things that make you feel alive. You are not just consumer. 5th house is not like how you have fun. I watch TV and I drink beer. This is not 5th house. This is 12th house, escapism and relaxing and sleeping type of energy. 5th house is how you have fun as a co-creator of reality, like kids. I'll build a castle. I'll draw something. I'll make a dance. This is the co-creator, where you are like gods and you're creating something. So the universe is telling you it's time for you, and it's giving you 4 new cycles beginning in January that you can discover such new things that make you feel alive, new hobbies, new things that spark your joy. I know it's in Capricorn. Capricorn is not the most joyful. It might be a serious hobby, you know, something that you can turn into career down the line. Actually, if anyone can turn a natural talent or hobby that they're interested in, that they have, that they enjoy, that they're masterful at, into career, it's Virgo. The Virgo can be very serious towards its hobbies, and it's things that it's very interested in, that sparks their light and excitement in life. You know, for some of you it might be robotics, for some of you it might be astrology, that is your hobby, for some of you might be something very serious like balming cadavers, I don't know. But you can turn it into profession, because Capricorn is the sign of career. So Virgo people with strong Virgo, it's easier for them to, if they have, say, they might love tennis and they can end up working it professionally, or they might love knitting, or they might love stonemasonry or building stuff and end up working it. But there is this renewal now that is saying that you can find something that you really get serious about, because it's Capricorn after all. It's not like you dabble a bit, oh, let me knit a few here scarves for my dogs, and that's it. It's kind of like something you start now as a hobby, might take a couple of years and longer, but even more, but you'd be serious and you'd master it. Capricorn is this energy, even if it's difficult at the beginning. Sun conjunct Mars is like, I'm not afraid to tackle a challenge. So yeah, start something new that excites you, that sparks you. Might be playing an instrument, might be writing a book, might, you know, something that is co-creator. Or sport, fifth house is to play a sport, might be going to classes, might be skiing, Capricorn, might be something physical, starting to lift it. Capricorn is and you'd love that, whatever new thing starts, because Venus is there starting a new cycle. There will be passion in you towards it, and this will renew your spark in life, and even it can turn into something that's very grounding for you, that's very inspirational and very you can even unlock your love life and your joy of life. And also it can be something that starts now to renewal or new direction in your love life. Or fifth house is children. For example, you can change, for some of you can be new beginning in having children, or new beginning of phase in your relationships with a child, grown-up child, little child, maturation process, or a new phase in the life of your child, new rules there. Or kind of, yeah, Sun Mars can be some kind of a struggle and a fight that you have to help a child, but a child that is committing to something that needs you also to put your energy and efforts there. Or you can just become way more proactive in your love life. If you're at this stage, you can start organizing romantic dates, going on more holidays, going to restaurants, going to cinema, theater. Fifth house is all of those things. And to kind of actively participate in having fun or romance, or creating something fun as well. As I said, creating, or you might get a new idea to create something, a new business, but it's original. It comes on your own. It's something that new idea, new business, you know, commitment in that direction. All right, this is Virgo. Get out your creative bones, start oiling them, and, you know, doing something there, more fun, more childlike energy. Even though it's kind of Capricorn, it's mature fun, you know. And do even some physical fun, because the Sun Mars conjunction, dancing, whatever. And towards from the 20th of January, but as I said, it starts now in January, but you might be working on this for 2 years. It's not just one off. So you put a lot of fuel into your children, or a lot of fuel into your sport of some sort, a lot of fuel in some creative project, original idea, and so on. But you start feeling new energies as well, because we start from the 20th of January, 6 new cycles start in your 6th house. So Sun joins Mercury on the 20th, so 19, 20, 21st, increase inflow of information, developments, especially in regards to your 6th house. Then Venus conjoins Sun, Venus conjoins, Pluto, Sun conjoins Pluto, Mercury conjoins Pluto, Mars conjoins Pluto till the end, from the 20th till the 30th of January. There is like 6 other conjunctions or something like that with between the planets, but they are happening in your 6th house now. So again, more free will to influence the direction of your life in regards to your career, in regards to your work, in regards to employment. Maybe you get some idea here, original idea that you apply to your job, or maybe to start new routines, health routines as well. So not only do you start some new things that make you feel alive, joy, hobbies, you start much more possible in January, because 4 new cycles, they're 1 year cycles only. The duration is 1 year, but 5 new cycles start with Pluto and Sun Mercury, and Mercury Venus, I think, as well, into February, into your 6th house. New beginnings, maybe renewal of your job, your work, new career direction, new work opportunities there. Virgos, new opportunities for restarting, like even through some crisis, to be more organized, to be more, because Pluto is involved, maybe something scares you, a crisis or emotional intense reaction that forces you to change your health habits, to change how you eat, to change how you work out, but this time is for health, not just fun, or to start a new job. And again, it might take like a year before, but now you see the seeds for a job, for extra responsibility or duty, for some service you're starting, some health new challenge that you give yourself, especially that will require your willpower, because Pluto is one of the planets of willpower. Actually, Pluto is divine willpower, so gives you the possibility to renew and to align your willpower with divine willpower. Pluto Mars conjunction in particular, it's a once every 2 year conjunction. When there is an opportunity, Mars is the low octave of Pluto, and Mars is human, your own personal willpower, which is often selfish, not it or not necessarily. It can be some desires that you have, but it's a rare opportunity to align your willpower with the higher power, Pluto, which is, in fulfillment of God's will, is the success of the success and joy of the human life and soul. So this is the opportunity to align your will to God's will, to want the same thing that your higher self wants for you. And really, Mars Pluto conjunction happening in your 6th house is really like the Iron Man conjunction. It's like extreme willpower, especially when it's aligned to God's willpower. It's like more extra oomph comes there. But it might be triggered by something that annoys you, frustrates you. So now I can't tolerate this anymore. I'll change my health habits. I'll change this unhealthy habit. I'll break through this unhealthy habit, or I'll change something in my work. I can't stand it anymore. I'll start a new beginning there. I'll change something in my environment so it's not toxic anymore and it's more, gives better results. So see, there is this 5th house, and then later more into February as well, the big shifts are in the 6th house. There you go, Virgo. And that's very Virgo-ish house, and you're going to have Pluto there for another 18 years. So you're going to be mastering this Virgo side of yourself, becoming even more Virgo, organization, order. And again, as I say, no one can become wealthy and successful without routines, without routines in life that are positive routines, And that Pluto conjunction with Sun, Venus, Mars, Mercury, it gives you like powerful possibility for restart, using strong willpower to shift those routines. And Virgo, if you'd like to learn more about the whole 2026 for you, which bigger cycle start, I have my $20 video for 2.5 hours for your sign. Whether it's a sun, moon, or rising, you can choose the 3 signs for half a price, or you can just get the calendar that gives you 150 pages of all possible transits. Not to you specifically, but generally, say when there is a full moon in Virgo, new moon in Gemini, what does it mean specifically? I write them every year for each new moon, for the transits that are happening, every new transit that happens. Check it out. It's like your schedule for the year. Thank you. And it's only $20. I'm used to be 40. Every year I make my prices cheaper. I'm going the opposite of inflation. I'm saying, okay, if there is inflation, I want to help people, so let's make prices cheaper. Thank you. Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2025. Libra, you and the other cardinal signs are having the biggest shaking and moving this month. The biggest changes are and the biggest impacts will be felt by the cardinal signs, and you're one of the cardinal signs. Libra, the month starts with a full moon on the 3rd of January in your 10th house on the top of the chart, the most visible part. So this is the horizon, you Libra. Look at that, bam, right, a bright moon. Next to it, Jupiter, the star. Next to it, not far away, is the star Sirius. If the three most beautiful views, a full moon, Jupiter, bright Jupiter, very bright Jupiter because it's also in opposition with the sun. This is the brightest Jupiter will be as a star this year. And Sirius, super bright star as well. Sirius is opposite the sun, so again, it's the most powerful star, Jupiter. So 3 very bright objects in your 10th house of what? Public visibility, success. And these are very auspicious. Jupiter carries the energy of success, blessings, receiving what you want, or opportunities. The full moon is about receiving results from previous actions. And in the 10th house of career, maybe if you've been, efforts, 10th house is also house of work, efforts, So if you've been putting consistency, discipline in some area of your life, you can see the rewards now. You can see 10th house is not just rewards, but results in a sense. It's similar to 11th, but 10th house is more like being recognized for that, being in the public eyes. So this is auspicious time, the first couple of weeks of January, if you have to be public, to make a presentation in front of people, to make some move about your already existing career, to take it to the next level, or to contact someone in power or authority, maybe to have important connection with boss or institution or person, higher standing person, because they are benevolently aligned towards you. They can help. For example, a father figure can help you because Jupiter is there, helping, generosity. Like angels are aligning with such people in power to help you now. Or people, institutions, if you have something to do with an institution, I don't know, whether it's embassies, police, whatever, or municipalities, someone in power can help you. Very benevolent star, Sirius, Jupiter planet, full moon, to resolve some problem, to deal with something, or ask a person of experience, authority, and standing in life, or older age, or experience, or authority, or better financial and social position than you for some help, or maybe such person that you already know can appear to help you in some way. That's another way it can play out. This is also your career, the 10th house. You can receive some recognition or completion of something of career. Maybe you've been applying for jobs, you can get one, or maybe you've been working on some career project, or something that you've been putting efforts on, and it's flowing, or it's giving results now, or you're completing a chapter of your career with honors, maybe. I don't know, the Jupiter influence is positive, But because it's a full moon, there is this balance between the 4th, the 10th, and the 4th, family demanding your attention, because a lot of new beginnings are happening in your domestic life, Libra. Well, there is some culminations, not complications, culminations and endings, or that require, in regards to your career and your external life outside of the house, outside of home and family, that also require your attention, that you need to balance. But the new beginnings, so this is not new beginnings full moon, this is results, this is endings, and this is rewards as well, because of Jupiter, especially with this new moon. And this is clarity about the direction of your career, the direction for you ahead, for your mission, for what actions you need to take as well. and more impact. Your public actions will have more influence on others. Maybe some decision you have to take for the direction of your life, or decision that is important, that it's kind of supervisory decision, or as a head of a family, or decision that you have to take as a head of a business or corporation, or a head of some body of someone, because the 10th house is your authority, inner authority as well. So it's not only outer authorities like a boss, institutions that I said something can come to head, or important developments with such external authority figures like father, but also your own internal authority. If you're a boss to someone, if you're head of a family, so you're taking some decision, or something that supervising role of some sort, responsibility that you're seeing the result of, and so on. But also there is new beginnings, powerful new beginnings happening in your 4th house. You see, we're gonna have on the 4th Venus conjunct Sun or something like that. 5th, on the 6th, Sun conjunct Mars, Venus conjunct Mars a few days later, Mercury conjunct Mars on the 17th, and also Sun conjunct Moon on the 17th. So we have 5 new cycles starting, 5, 6, I don't know, new cycle, new beginnings. And when a new cycle starts, and those cycles continue for up to 2 years, the Sun Mars one is the longest. They're gonna meet again, the Sun and Mars, in 2.5 years, but not again in your 4th house for 17 years. So the Sun Mars cycle here starting says the next 2 years you have to mobilize your forces and your resources and your energy, and you have to put a lot of willpower and fight and focus and conscious efforts. It's not just fight, into your family. Maybe you're starting something new, the seeds are planted, but it will take a couple of years, or maybe at least a year, till the opposition of the Sun and Mars. But something now starts in your private life, a new beginning in January, that will maybe take more toll on you, like more energy, more focus, more conscious efforts, as I said, more executive. Sun is executive, authoritative action, Mars, where it will build stamina and strength for you and willpower. Something with the family. You might be starting to build a house, and this comes as an idea to you, or change a place of living, new beginning, or maybe relocate your whole family somewhere, or maybe settle and start a family. So you need to learn how to, run it like a king, the Sun and general Mars, how to run a household, or maybe you start some project at home that you need to, building something, repairing, maybe some DIY projects, or with a partner, because Mars rules partnerships for you, that your partner starts making some changes in your family, instigated by another person, by a partner. Maybe some changes in the kind of dynamic changes, Sun and Mars, that will happen starting from January as an idea, but it will take 2 years to, or let's say at least 1 year, for you to kind of culminate and to get underway. Some big change for family, for home, maybe some repairs, maybe focus energy on parental responsibilities and duties. Capricorn's duties and responsibilities, 4th house is parental, or with parents, helping parents, being more motivated and driven around home, maybe fighting some fight for home, for your land, or maybe for building something in your yard, or starting a garden, or maybe farm, where you put some physical energy and efforts, build a, what's that called, like a boundaries, wall, fight things on your land, pests, whatever. But there is like energy there, or you just invest a lot into parenting, and or with parents and stuff, or into your personal life, place of living, and so on. There is a lot where the new energy is starting. But towards the 20th, all the planets starts moving towards your 5th house, Libra. So it will feel It's not going to be so triggering, so emotional, because the fourth house is like your inner. Well, plus, it can be about tackling your emotions. Sometimes it's not external influences that happen with all those new conjunctions in your fourth house, even though they're visible planets, all of them talking that they actual will instigate over the next 2 years, especially over the next few months as the starting phase, new beginnings in circumstances around your home, property, family members, where you live and so on. But there is also an internal psychological change, new beginning here, because the fourth house is our programming from childhood. That you want to break boundaries there, that you want to do innovations and maybe do things differently than your family has done, your ancestors, your father, mother. It's kind of you're doing new rules and your new way of doing family and private life. But fourth house is how do you feel? So there can be a lot of work and efforts, Sun, Mars, and willpower that you direct into understanding your feelings and learning to be the master of them, the general Capricorn. You and anyone who is Libra, they have Capricorn in the fourth house. Anyone with strong Libra, it's very important for them to learn equanimity. This term equanimity is when even when big emotional things happen, you keep your cool, because Capricorn is a cool sign. Like just like my mom is, I have my loved ones, a very strong Scorpio, and I am in our fourth house is for Leos. Sorry, we're very strong Leos. Our fourth house as feeling is Scorpio, so when something happens emotionally, we're like drama, life and death matter, But for Libra people, the fourth house is Capricorn. You're good, and that's one of the things you need to master in this life. Kind of cool, not suppressing feelings. That's a negative expression. And here the Sun and Mars, they give a lot of willpower and strength together when they start the conjunction, and they build like backbone. Capricorn is like the backbone of your emotional responses, of your emotional self-regulation and control. So it's here to make you strong emotionally the next 2 years. So when there is emotional moments, when others lose it, or when others, I'm not talking crisis moments, but kind of to learn to these are self-soothing. The fourth house is self-soothing. The fourth house is habits that teach us how to regulate emotions. So you can put a lot of energy, some of you, how to regulate your emotions, how to master them. Capricorn master. Sun and Mars willpower there. But there will be also love, that you want to do it with love, you're excited about that. But planets start moving from the 20th into your fifth house. It's more joyful house. And first on the 20th, Mercury and Mars meet, conjunction Mercury and Sun Mercury conjunction in your fifth house. At 0 degrees, increased flow of information, more people contacting you contacting, maybe starting something new. It's a new cycle, interest in a new hobby, visiting. Fifth house is things we do for fun, things we do that make us light up and spark like a Christmas tree, like a child. Things that we not fun like passive. This is active co-creating fun. No, 12 houses, when you escape, you sleep, you drink, whatever, you escape reality, you go to spas where you're receptive. In fifth house is co-creative fun, like the kids, playing, dancing, pottering, going to the gym, going to cinema, to theater, well, kind of receptive, but or playing games at home, going on holidays, skiing, all of those stuff. Well, there will be 5 new conjunctions in your fifth house from 20th of January till the 30th of January. First Mercury Sun, so new beginnings, then Sun Pluto, then Mercury Pluto, then Venus Pluto, then Mars Pluto. and in February there will be there is an eclipse in your fifth house. So the end of January and all of February, huge focus on the family thing continue. They'll continue for a couple of years there, that they just started, the seeds were planted in January, but the big focus after that, the end of January and February, it's your children, if you have children. New beginnings, maybe your kids can start a new thing to study, or new independence. They can want to be more independent and start new phase in their life, or that there is a new chapter in the life of a child, a new chapter, and you might be asked to put more kind of to transform something in your relationships with children, because all the new conjunctions are with Pluto. So Pluto is transform, end something and start something very different. Might be some crisis about a relationship with a child. Our romantic partner, fifth house, is like funny, the things we love the most, people we're in love with, and children. And so so a crisis might require you that you start romancing your partner more, that you transform how you do romantic relationship, or that a new, more intense romantic relationship starts for you, or a new stage, or more sexual even. There is Pluto energy there, into add more sexuality or more intensity or more secrets and revelations and intimacy in a romantic relationship. Or maybe there is some new one that appears for you if you're single, Libra, kind of obsessive energy there with Pluto, new beginnings. But you still have free will to direct this, because the conjunctions means these are the seeds being seeded. There's still free will. It's not consequences that you can't change. So if you want to change how you have fun, now is the time, the end of January or February. New hobbies that you get passionate and obsessed about, new ways of having fun that transforms, and that you realize, oh my God, the way I've been having fun till now was toxic or not healthy, or there is way more profound way to do it. Or new hobby, new interest, new sport that you can start, or a new having fun somewhere. Mars Pluto conjunction in your fifth house, they can be kind of more extreme sport even, or it might be playing computer games. I don't know, it's Aquarius there for you, but something that fascinates you and so on. Plus, it's about celebrations, the fifth house, of focus on children, new beginnings with children. For some of you might decide to have a child. New romances possible, renewal of existing such ones, with possible, because Pluto is part of the conjunction, and there is an eclipse often after that in February, that it can be, yes, new beginnings, but with a bit of a shake-up as well. Or you might come up with a new idea that is your original creative. And I remember when my husband, as a Libra rising, had a lot of planet in Aquarius again, his fifth house. It was Jupiter Saturn in 2020-21. Jupiter Saturn, and there was a conjunction in February. Jupiter Saturn in Aquarius, Mercury, Mars, they like 5 planets there. He discovered something he became very passionate about, fifth house. Like it was the stock market for him, which is Aquarius, can connect to the markets. And he first developed it as a hobby, as intense interest, because fifth house is about learning and feeling joy from learning, being a student. And so now again, there is a huge activation with eclipses, the second part of January, the first 20 days of February, to find some new hobby or sport or interest that you can turn even into career down the road, or into something that is lucky for you, because the fifth house is the house of the stored. Fifth house is where the good karma is stored. So there is an unlocking of the good karma. Maybe you were kind in your past lifetimes to someone, and this is good karma. That's why it's a lucky house, because when it gets activated, if you've been some kind of a decent person in past lifetimes, we all have good karma activated. The bad karma is 12th house. When it gets, our 8th house, kind of, when it gets activated, we all have some bad karma. We can unlock some there. Repercussions, let's say. But the good karma is like, repercussions for the good things I've done, and it plays out in this lifetime when it's activated as what? Lucky. You say, oh, this is lucky. That's why this is the house of lotteries, winning stuff. It's activated for you. Give it a try. Why not? If you have it in your karma, no better way now than in the end of January with all those planets in your fifth house. Or it's speculative investments. You might be invested in stocks, whatever, that it was beyond what you expected to come back to you. Maybe you invested in some business or something in the past, or because it's new beginning. It's more like new idea can come to you. Oh, maybe I should invest in this, or maybe I should put my energy into this. It comes almost like intuition, like a download. And you're like, And down the road, because all the cycles that are starting in this fifth house are about 1 to 2 years as well, it can become so something that you invest in, or that you begin, like a creative idea or business idea that is your own, can be a source of wealth, can become a source of good luck for you. So stay out, or just maybe you get an idea to write a book, you get an idea to make a business. Fifth house is original ideas that God sent us so we can become co-creators like Him. Something that will lead you to co-create with God and renew this joy in life. Of course, what makes us most joyful is usually children and falling in love. You're never as joyful as then, or when you're playing some game and you're lost in the game. So something wants to unlock this ability to be in the flow of life now for you, to be more joyful, just to do more fun stuff, more creative. So there you go. I'll be open to it. Thank you so much. And of course, if you want to hear your whole 2026 year, I have 2 hours and a bit more for each of the 12 signs. I recommend to listen to Sun, Moon, and Rising, which are for half price if you get all 3 of them. Or you can get my calendar. Every year I sell calendar for the whole year ahead, day by day, and I write it every year, every new moon, full moon. What are the transits? What are the aspects? When do planets become visible and invisible? When the planets become retrograde? What to be careful about on each day and what not to? It's collectively, generally for all of us, but I feel many times the general transits, not the personal ones, way more intensely, just as intensely. So it's a great way to have and it's only $20. It's usually $40. This year I'm offering it for $20 because, again, as I say, inflation. I don't want people already are overpriced on even buying food. So I try to contribute by making my products cheaper. So thank you, Libras. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2026. Scorpio, the month starts with a full moon in a very lucky house for you. There is a full moon on the 3rd, and when you look on the 3rd or even on the 2nd already of January up in the sky, you'll see the alignment of 3 beautiful, beautiful. First the full moon, then Jupiter, very bright because it's also its brightest now, Jupiter in the sky, and next to it, somewhere further away, is Sirius, but aligned with the Sun, Mercury, the Sun, Jupiter, and the full moon, and they're all beneficial. Full moon is about rewards, seeing results of things. It's auspicious in ancient astrology to have a full moon. Well, we get more lunatic than intensely emotional. Yes, emotions will be over exaggerated with Jupiter there, but they're positive emotions for you because it's in your 9th house of luck, 9th house of divine support. This full moon illuminates the most intuitive sign house for you, and Jupiter is the planet of divine blessing, intuition. Oh, there you go. Jupiter is the house of, Jupiter and the 9th house, they have the same vibration. It's about seeing the future. It's about knowing what is right for you intuitively, seeing far ahead. It's very prophetic. So there is this activation, and Sirius is Christ consciousness and Holy Spirit consciousness. So Isis and Horus energy, which is the same as Christ and Mother Mary energy. So 3 extremely high vibrational moon, full moon in Cancer in its favorite sign, with the luckiest star Sirius, or the most spiritual star, the most intuitive star, with the most positive planet Jupiter in the most positive house for you, Scorpio. So this full moon, it's kind of, it can open for you like realizations about what is the right thing for you to do, aligning you to the right path for you. It can give you a sense of the universe has my back, because this is the 9th house is where we connect with God and the universe makes sense. Like people say how they have near-death experiences and they go and they see in this beautiful garden and they say, oh, I understand why I lost a leg, or why my brother died when I was young. There was all purpose and it was beautifully aligned and it was so important for me. I'm not saying you experience that. I'm saying that this is the kind of realization the 9th house beautiful alignment can give. Like, I realize, you see the bigger picture, and I realize, okay, that's why I went through this difficulty. Or that's why, and the feeling of everything is as it should be. Yes, there is injustices. Yes, there is pain, there is death in the world, but it is a perfect world. This kind of state of a bit of a nirvana, of connection to the higher purpose and meaning of God. If you have such inclinations, it can happen, or just an alignment. You feel that you're at the right place at the right time. You're luckier. Uh, Even like you find parking spots when you want. There is this alignment with this ninth house and more spiritual energy or insights about your future. Ask on this new moon if you really wanna, maybe you wanna know what you should study, you wanna know what you should work. The big questions about your life is the ninth house. What is my purpose in life? Or how do I get out of a difficult problem I've been stuck in? Ninth house is this bird's view, like an eagle's view, that can show you a situation from a different state of consciousness, higher state of consciousness. And so connect through prayer or some special ritual, because ninth house rules churches, rituals, ways to connect to God or prayer, to a state of higher consciousness where you can receive an answer about what is the next step, about the future, about a solution, a resolution, or maybe some kind of a benevolent teacher, or even a stranger can appear, or you can come across a video online or something you hear, or you open a book that it's like God speaking to you. It's like your higher self giving you direction to you. I have to check, but when I discovered astrology, I had Jupiter in my ninth house, and a book fell in front of me. I prayed for days before that. What is my purpose? What is my purpose? What should I do? The ninth house is, what is the purpose here? What is the direction of any situation? Direction and guidance you can receive from above, from your higher self, with clarity. And this book came, and it was a book that told me you should study astrology. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. And there we go. So some kind of miraculous alignments can happen. It's good on a more material level. Let's see, maybe you can get advice or a very great counseling from someone, or advice from a parent or loved one or family member, the moon there, or even a stranger. Or you can just feel aligned, or kind of know what you have to do, or intuition being very strong, or getting an answer about something. Also, it can be about the first 2 weeks of January, travel abroad somewhere, or maybe you've been trying to get a green card or papers to move to a foreign country, to get accepted into some course. You can study something. They can be teaching something, or departing knowledge to others, or others departing knowledge to you, or some legal matters that are completing and resolved in a positive way. Ninth house is connected to all of those things. Or kind of elevated exchange on elevated topics, guidance of some sort that you receive. Anyway, but then there is the other very big events are happening, Scorpio, in your third house. So the ninth house is more about seeing results, maybe of studies, of learning, of something previously done, because it's a full moon there, receiving answers to questions. But the third house is where the new beginnings are, because this is where all the conjunctions are happening. And they start from the 4th, Sun, Venus, then 5th, 6th, Sun, Mars, which happens once every 2 years and a half. Then Mercury, Mars, then Sun, then Venus, Mars conjunction, and Sun conjunct Moon. So 5 new beginnings, 5 new cycles. Most of them are 1 year long. And Sun, Mars, the most important, is 2 years and a bit long. That are starting in your third house. So a lot of new beginnings that you can still direct and control where you want them to, with your will, because there's 2 planets. The strongest planets of free will is the Sun, is the ultimate planet of free will, us as co-creators with God, and Mars, how we act, our actions, our willpower. So they combine together to start a new cycle in your third house, to start something new there. So for some of you, it can mean that this January, you might start to study something new. Third house is to learn skills, to study some skill to master. They happening in Capricorn. Capricorn doesn't approach things with, I'll dabble a bit here. No, if you're learning and starting a new skill, within a year, you'll be very proficient and masterful, but you'll be there in it for the long term. And within a couple of years, you'll be like another level there. So this is where the universe might be asking some of you to pour a lot of your willpower, Sun Mars, your conscious actions, Sun Mars conjunction, your fighting spirit, your to pour fuel on learning a new skill. It might be learning an instrument, it might be learning programming, it might be learning AI, any new skill that requires you to use your brain or hands. And my baby Scorpio boy, I'm gonna push him, like, to do something even with your hands, some new pottery, knitting, whatever. But any classes, courses, learning either with hands or with your brain, dancing, whatever new skill it is, and you're gonna be serious about it because Capricorn is there, and you're gonna love it as well because Venus is there. So if you have a child like me, maybe push them in some new direction now to try something new, because third house is experimenting, doing things that we consider difficult, learning to drive, learning a new language, learning to play an instrument, learning anything new is very difficult. But we're not afraid now with Sun and Mars there. This is favorite house of Mars in the third house. It gives us stronger willpower and courage. And it starts a new cycle. It's not just in January. Something you initiate there, you'll be unfolding it for a year, especially till you start seeing the results during the Sun-Mars opposition. But 2 years, you'll be putting energy and effort, skill, knowledge of something, mastery of something, understanding of something, training others about something. Or it might be about trips, starting putting more energy in trips. Someone might be about learning to drive, learning to be mobile. Third house is mobility. Maybe that some of you start like a new commute route, or new colleagues that appear in your life, a new team, a new project, business project. Third house is business, marketing, advertising, commercial transactions, starting such things, or new idea about writing something, new product idea, commercial project. Or third house is creating content for online content, media work, new project with media work, or learning something about media or marketing for some of you. So these are all good stuff about that. I keep thinking, because the Scorpios, I know is my son, like maybe learning something to study, to learn project anyway. So skills, interests is third house. Might be that you can help you focus your energy towards some interest there. Written, spoken, but also there might be some fight that you're starting, and you're gonna win it, but with neighbors, with team environment of some sort, or relatives or siblings, or some project that you have to do together. Maybe you start some community project in your neighborhood where you'll be pouring from January for some time ahead, a few months or 2 years, energies and resources, and maybe with friends or your local community, that you decide to do something and or with your siblings or with teammates or workmates, some project. But also the Sun Mars can be about some battle we're leading that we'll master by the end of it, will fix any problems there in relationships with relatives, with vehicles, neighbors, and so on. And third house is schoolmates, workmates. There can be more power struggles there, but also more initiative to take, especially you, to take in small group environments, in neighborhood environments, in your everyday communications, to take some lead there, Sun Mars, to lead some action, some activity, and so on. All right, and then gradually from the 20th of Jan, all the planets start moving to your fourth house. First, moon conjunct Mercury on the 20th, so 19, 20, 21st, increased flow of information. You can hear from people get more in touch with you, you'd get in touch, do something new with family members, start some project at home, just hear more news, overall communications with others, some project connected to real estate. But all planets, there will be 6 new conjunctions in this fourth house in Aquarius. So there was 5 in your third house, and we talked about new beginnings and how you can direct events according to your will. So events with neighbors, with teammates, with workmates, with siblings. You still have ability to influence things there in the direction you want, or skills. And then you start 6 new cycles in the last 10 days of January. Look at that. Come on. Last 10 days of January. Yay! I like this. I discovered it recently. I don't know if you see it, but balloons and stuff. Anyway, so this new beginnings, the last 10 days of January and the first 20 days of February will be in your personal life, because Sun, Mercury first joined there, new beginning. Then Sun joins with Pluto, Mercury joins with Pluto, Venus joins with Pluto, Mars joins with Pluto, Venus joins with Mercury. My God. And then Sun joins with Moon for an eclipse in February. So a lot already starting from January, new beginnings in your personal life, new beginnings in maybe property, real estate, where you're going to live. And some of those cycles are 2 years old. The the Mars-Pluto one is 2 years old, 2 years long, just like the Sun. The Sun-Mars cycle is way more important than the Mars-Pluto cycle, because it's Sun-Mars, 2 visible planets, but still some big change or transformations, because Pluto's new cycles are about transformations, especially how you feel, because they're happening in your 4th house. How you feel, and especially breaking through old patterns that are instilled on you from almost like how you were raised, from family, from childhood. The deep-seated patterns that you can break through and renew and change. And start doing it. And these 4th house is our emotional responses, how they've been trained from childhood. Some people's emotional response is to shut down, others is to become passive aggressive, others is to get angry and scream, others is to run away, others is to start pleasing everyone, And here you're being asked to transform those from basically the last end of January, most of February. Transform your emotional responses, do them to examine them and do them in a different way, and break away from the ancestral patterns. Maybe some patterns, everyone gets divorced, everyone gets at your home, or uncles, great grandmas, whatever, they've been having the same disease or the same that they keep getting, and you think, oh, it's inheritary, or we all get divorced, or we all poor in this family. Well, Pluto, gonna have Pluto 18 years there, but every time it gets activated, like now by outer planets, you can do the biggest jumps forward in that direction to break the old pattern and to create a new rebirth. Pluto is rebirth, death and rebirth, new patterns, emotional patterns, new ways of how you feel and respond emotionally, new patterns, like foundational patterns of your character. The 4th house is the biggest part of our personality. Why do you think Aquarians have personalities, the 4th house and the ascendant? So you're Scorpios, you're very intense people, but 4th house is how do you react emotionally? Well, you're cool as cucumbers. When something happens that affects you, how many Scorpios confess it? Aquarius is they kind of withdraw and start observing, and they hide it. Aquarius, in a sense, is distant sign. But anyway, so your big transformation of your personality, that stems from ancestry, from inherited patterns and emotional patterns of reaction from this life and past lifetimes and ancestors and parents, that you can break through, change, so you can start new patterns of emotional reaction that are more aligned with the Aquarius energy, which is as an observer, detached observer, with equanimity. I like this word, equanimity. Capricorn, Aquarius, they carry this energy. And for you, 4th house of how you feel is without like, the sky is falling. Like, okay, feel it. Anyway, with a bit of detachment, but also on a more physical, material level, this can mean that there is big changes or new beginnings starting to happen from the end of January and most of February in your personal life. Property, place of living, real estate, initiate some project changes around home, new role that you play of parenting, new responsibilities for parenting, or new changes with family members that change the dynamics of family, that change the roles somehow. So some new beginnings there. And again, February, maybe like for my little baby son, baby, he's 9, but with like, we bought a new place in another town, maybe new beginnings. Who knows? But I'll see how it plays out for you. Write to me. So interesting. This is emotional, psychological renewal plus the third house we talked about. And yeah, this is also the last month for you, Scorpio, with Saturn in your fifth house, this heavier energy on your romantic life, on having fun. This is the last time Neptune moves towards the end of January into from your fifth house into your sixth house, but we'll speak more about that in the February videos, because February is the biggest month in 2026 when Saturn and Neptune join, and when the eclipse is happening in your fourth house. But the new events in regards to family, personal life, emotional foundation in life, where you live, and your personal life are starting from February or January already. And if you'd like to know how the whole year will pan out for you and what are actually really the most important topics for you this year, I have a 2.5-hour video for your sign, for each of the 12 signs. It's only $20, $19. You can check your ascendant, sun, and moon sign, or you can get the calendar for just $20. Last year was $30, this year it's $20 only, because I want to be more affordable for people with the inflation and everything. For every single full moon, new moon, every transit, like for example, I speak specifically there each year. I write, what does it mean to have Sun conjunct Pluto? What does it have Mercury conjunct Pluto? What does it mean when Jupiter will be opposite, Mars? Every single day break 150 pages, day by day break of the year ahead for you. It's only $20. It becomes then its full price in a few weeks. Thank you. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2026. Sagittarius, the month starts with a full moon conjoined with the planet that rules you. So it enhances the lights on you. You're Jupiter, you're ruled by Jupiter, Sagittarius. And it's very bright. Full moon and Jupiter is the brightest in January throughout all of the year. This is when it's brightest because it's exactly opposite the sun. So you're at your highest light there, and the moon illuminates it. So maybe some focus on you this month, January, and maybe some kind of completions. Full moon is about completion, seeing results of something, being rewarded for something. But they're happening in your 8th house, very intuitive. And the rewards might come to you through others. First of all, 8th house is other people's resources, other people's help, other people's support. So other people's money you can receive, like sponsoring. You can receive for the first 2 times of January. You can receive feedback from others, help from others. Ask and you'll receive something. A bank loan for some of you, money from clients, from business partners, maybe some combination of your partners' mutual finances. Maybe you invested your money somewhere and you can get some rewards now. Jupiter is blessings, financial blessings in the 8th house when it's full moon there, to see the results of previous actions. So maybe you've given someone money and now because of that someone else helps you. Maybe you helped someone and now someone else helps you. But also it's about illuminating secrets and seeing something that was invisible and unseen and hidden till now. But this secret that you find out, this intuitive thing that you sense out, this revelation that comes, it's ultimately liberating because it's Jupiter and the star Sirius aligned with this full moon. The Sirius is very liberating spiritual star. It's aligning, it carries the energy of Christ consciousness. Sirius is the most important star in the sky for us since ancient times. Is the brightest star. It has the energy of Isis and Horus and the energy of the Christ in the new times of the Christ consciousness, which is the same as Horus and Isis and so on. So kind of the universe, the occult forces, the invisible forces helping you in a sense to deal with crisis, 8th house, to heal some wound or trauma or pain that's been existing, because 8th house is where we store the unhealed trauma, unhealed pain and wounds, and something that it's kind of poisoning our feelings, something that is maybe, especially to if something has been festering subconsciously, slowly poisoning you without you realizing it. You might have been abused in a past lifetime. Someone might have said a very hurtful word as a child, your mom or another kid, that has been, and you're not aware even of, that has been poisoning you slowly. Someone might have been abusive with you. It's kind of hidden almost, this 12th house. And that you have fear, something, someone is abusing you, controlling you, has more power over you, or some substance or situation. Well, now this Jupiter full moon can illuminate the truth for you, because Jupiter is truth, of what is taking you hostage, what is keeping you hostage, what is slowly poisoning you. And it can be eliminated. 8th house is house of elimination, of detoxing, of seeing some painful truths, unfortunately, but the breaking, like ruthless breaking away from it. You realize something is poison, or someone is poison instead of good for you, and you're freed. Jupiter wants to free you, and serious helping there. The Christed, very high vibrational Christed energies are helping you as well in these realizations. Very spiritual energies. 8th house is spontaneous healings. You know, I told you with Jupiter in the 8th house, till August, there's till July 2026, there's possible really being released from some burden, released from some kind of 8th houses trauma, healed spontaneously, even on a physical level. And this is one of the activations, this full moon, beautiful full moon with Sirius. Also, 8th house is money that comes to us from others, support from others, investments in something. We can see results from taxes, insurances, inheritances, some good developments there with those. Maybe receiving alimony that you've been waiting from, some insurance or whatever that you have to deal with, and hopefully positive results because of the positive planets there. And some secrets, again, that come also. This is intimacy, sex, conception, death and rebirth, receiving someone from someone that leaves this world, or very deep spiritual realizations, very deep psychological realizations, getting to the bottom of something, receiving psychological breakthrough, eureka answer, especially to more psychological issues. Breaking through some of your shadow, not breaking in integrating some of your shadow aspects deep, or it can be just, 8th house revelations of some sorts. Okay, intimacy, better sex, maybe a good night of great sex, bonding, intimacy with someone. Anyway, but really the more important events, Sagittarius, are happening in your 2nd house, where there will be 5 conjunctions, new beginnings, till the 20th of January, starting from the 4th, 5th, Venus conjunct Sun, then Mars conjunct Sun on the 5th, 6th, a 2.5-year cycle that starts. Then Venus conjunct Mars, 1-year cycle approximately, a year and a half. Then Mercury conjunct Mars, 1-year cycle on the 17th. Then Sun conjunct Moon, 1-year cycle on the 17th. Again, wow. 5 conjunctions. Conjunctions are more free will. So we have the free will to still direct events in the desire we want, because we're seeding now the seeds. How we seed them will show us what results we get a year down the line, 2 years down the line, because those cycles are that long. But the new beginnings for you, the seeds that you're seeding as an opportunities, will appear financially or materially, or with your family. 2nd house rules family, the possibility to start some new beginnings with family, or with financially, new financial sources, new idea that can come, maybe even new job, new salary. 2nd house is connected to money, to taking care of financial responsibilities, paying your bills, having the food, the support that you need to maintain your life. So some opportunities as an idea can come. And Sun-Mars cycle in particular is the most important that starts there, because they both together, the Sun is the king, Mars is the general. So when they combine together for a new cycle, you lead an army there for the next 2 years, where you want to win a battle using your willpower, and you're not passive. You're very Sun Mars is kind of like Sun Mars is strategic, but also goal getting. Your initiative there. You use your willpower and you break through and you innovate and you make changes and you go to new horizons. For me, my whole year always splits into 2 year cycles, 2.5 year cycles that are defined by the Sun Mars conjunction. Actually, the previous conjunction was in your 12th house 2 years ago, 2 years and a bit longer. So kind of maybe didn't have such a strong impact, but now it can manifest in the material life for you to initiate a Sagittarius, new sources of income that you work on with a lot of willpower, with a lot of new ideas and executive authoritative action. Sun is authority, Mars is action. To learn to be decisive, to take action over the next 2 years when it comes to money, when it comes to paying your bills, when it comes to financial independence. Sun and Mars are very independent planets. Capricorn is a very sign that is austere, is not afraid to sacrifice some of its comfort for the long-term securing of financial stability, and to be consistent. So yes, there is this battle that you can win that leads you to financial independence sometime in the next 1 year, 2 years. Plus also second house is food, how we eat. So now you're given rare opportunity to build a lot of willpower and conscious efforts and to have tangible results on changing your way of eating, initiating and using willpower. Sun and Mars in conjunction gives you willpower, shows you where we'll put most of the resources, just like, like Sun Mars conjunction in Virgo in 2019 at the end. 2 years, for 2 years, all our resources and efforts went to fighting COVID. Sun Mars conjunction in Scorpio in the end of 2023. All the world resources and energy powers went into the fighting the genocide in Palestine and the war there. The Middle East, fighting each other. All right. So, but in personal life as well, and you'll see you're starting personal year where you can make some real tangible initiative actions to change how you eat, with your teeth as well, with your food hygiene, with your money and resources, with the assets around you, to innovate, to change your wardrobe, clothes, securing resources for your business. You might be someone who makes houses and the materials, to kind of choose new materials now for that. The second house is all of that. All right, but after that, gradually all the planets start moving into your third house. But remember, these new beginnings in the second house that you start with, it's with food or family, we said, or financial security, business, kind of their work related. They take a year or two. You'll be putting from now on energy there. Maybe sometimes a bit less, but then again and again. So you see now you're given direction towards where the main interest and focus of energy will be for you for 2 years. But planets continue moving, even though they cycle there. And on the 20th, Mercury and the Sun meet at 0 degrees Aquarius in your third house. So around 19, 20, 21st, increase information. People might be new people getting in touch with you. Lots of emails, lots of social media people contacting you, you contacting, business meetings, communications, kind of a lot of activity, maybe either business or learning or talking or information, learning news, phones, maybe some travels. And actually, this is just the first of 6 conjunctions in your third house till the end of January, the last 10 days of January. The first 20 days, it's happening all in your second house. The last 10 days of January and the first 20 days of February, the energy moves to the third house. But a lot of the new beginnings start already at the end of January. First Sun-Mercury conjunction in your third house. Then Mercury-Pluto, then Sun-Pluto, then Venus-Pluto, then Mercury, then Mars-Pluto, then Mercury Venus conjunction, 6 or 7. I think almost like 6, yeah. One after another, the last 10 days of January, the first few days of February, and an eclipse in your third house. So how the energy shifts there, a lot of new information comes. Third house, communication, maybe new acquaintances, maybe new associates starts, maybe new colleagues appear, maybe new projects to write, or maybe learning some new skill. Maybe it's triggered by a crisis, Pluto, but this crisis leads you to master new skills, train, learn something. Maybe you're teaching and training others, some new projects that you initiate as well. And some of those cycles starting in your third house are active 6 months, like the eclipse that starts in February. Others are active 2 years, the Mars-Pluto conjunction. So again, something that you start now might be learning a new skill, might be new contacts that appear in your life, new acquaintances, new people in your everyday life, new associates in business, new projects with writing, speaking, marketing, business, new transactions, new vehicles, new laptops, new phones, new idea for a book, new written, spoken project, new administrative work, or maybe just something that is about traveling, vehicles, infrastructure, creating new infrastructure of a sort, a new business plan, infrastructure, plans. The third house is plans, schedules that you can start doing. So that's, these are the new business ideas, new content creating. Oh, third house is messaging, making videos, writing stuff, information, learning, news. You might get involved in something connected to all those things. In the local council, you might get involved with the neighborhood committee, project with a sibling you can start, project with a teammate, schoolmate, new workmates can come, new business commercial project, new marketing projects. These third house is so many things. New trips, the end of January towards February, short trips, communications, contacts, build contacts. These are the opportunities for you, and they can have a chance to transform your life because the conjunctions are triggered by Pluto, and of course there can be some power struggles there and some resistance, because with Pluto transformations always there is a bit of a either resistance, freezing, or the other extreme is like intensity. It's like all or nothing. And so in communications as well, there can be some intensity that happens there. Power struggles with people in your environment the last 10 days of January, in the beginning of February. But they can be transformational, something that you learn, something that you read can break through a pattern in your mind, can give you new ideas, and so on. But anyway, if you want to hear the whole horoscopes for 2026, you can check out my 2026 video, extended video horoscope for each of the signs. It's only $19, 2 hours, 2.5 hours per sign, month by month. But actually there I really focus which is the most important thing for each sign for that year. I really like what is required for you, and what if you do it, how you will succeed, and where to expect the biggest changes, and where maybe not to go in that area because it's not the best direction, and where is the best direction for you. Or you can get my calendar, which is only $20. Usually it's $30, the full price is $40, but this year I lowered it because I want more people to have it, and I want to make things more accessible with the rising inflation. Instead of raising prices, I want to lower them. I always do the opposite of everyone with my very strong Aquarius. And day by day direction, I write every year the calendar, every full moon, new moon, air aspect, visible, invisible, planet, ingress. What does it mean? Pluto opposition Jupiter next year, and so on, day by day, leading you through the year. Thank you. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2026. Capricorn, this is the most pivotal and important month for you in the new year, because all the new beginnings, probably half of them this month, are starting in your sign, because the Sun is meeting with Mars, the Sun is meeting with Venus, Venus is meeting with Mars, the Sun is meeting with as well with the Moon on the new moon.
and the sun and Mercury is meeting with Mars. So 5 new beginnings happening in your sign. So truly this is the month where you can set new goals for yourself, where you can not only set them, but because these new conjunctions are happening in part of the sky that is known as the winner in Vedic astrology, Uttara, Ashatka, and uh, the first winner, the second winner. So whatever you're beginning now will be blessed eventually, maybe a year from now, 2 years, because the cycles that are starting now between Sun and Mars is 2 years and a half. Between Sun and Venus, 1 year. Venus and Mars, 1 year, and so on. So within half a year from now, you might, or a year from now, whatever you have started as an idea or whatever has new development have appeared in your life now around January, they would give their fruit a year from now or half a year from now. You would unfold it and you'd see the results in the following 1 to 2 years, basically. But now you're being seeded with those new beginnings. So powerful, powerful period for you. For example, if it's your sun that is in Capricorn, they can be powerful new directions for your career over the whole month, because planets keep meeting and starting new cycles with the sun, with each other, uh, throughout the whole of January, starting already from the 4th, 5th, Sun and Mars, Sun and Venus, and they carry on. They're together, Sun, Mars, and Venus, for about 10-15 days non-stop. So the beginnings are constant, and then Venus, Mars, then Mercury, Mars, wow, 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 then Sun, Moon, new conjunction, new moon on the 17th. So I cannot give you a specific day. I'm just telling you the whole month of January, stay open for inspirations. This is your sign. If it's your sun, it can be inspirations connected to and opportunities connected to your career, connected to you living your life independently in some way, connected to creating the lifestyle and the kingdom, that the dreams that you want, because the sun epitomizes our biggest dreams and ideals for ourselves, the best version of ourselves. Like the sun is the best, is the creator of our galaxy, of our solar system. So this is like your inner creator is being activated. Its new fuel is being put there. And especially the sun Mars conjunction, which happens around the 6th to the 16th constantly, it starts a new cycle in your life of 2.5 years, 2 years and 2 months. And you might not immediately see the results, but if it's your, sorry, I was talking before that about what if it's your moon in Capricorn? All those new beginnings can trigger new direction for your, if you're a woman, physical health, because the moon is responsible for your physical health, a new chapter, maybe to take care of your better self, better take care of your body, of your mental, because the moon is mental health as well. To better take care of mental health, physical health, female health. The Sun Mars conjunction and Venus Sun conjunction in your sign as well can be a renewal of the topics, if it's your moon in Capricorn, of topics about personal life, family, home, or emotional relationships. New beginnings there in your connections with others. If it's your ascendant, maybe new beginnings about your physical health, new direction in your life, renewal of your physical strength again, and renewal of your goals. Like new, the ascendant is our physical body, our destiny in life, how we approach life. So you can become more proactive now in January, and you'll feel this surge of energy, whether you're sun, moon, or rising in Capricorn, surge of energy and inspiration to start new things. So write them down. All the month till the 20th, from the 1st till the 20th, there's constant conjunctions happening in Capricorn. So in your first house. So these are the periods, the first 20 days in particular, where you should not only just idea comes, write it down. New Venus Mars conjunction in your sign, new passion, new desire can flood your soul. That's something to be excited about. Write it down. Take the first step towards it. You might not complete it in January. As I said, it's a 1 or 2 year period that you'll be doing something new, that it will unfold. But now is the first steps. Inspiration, idea, or just new circumstances in your life can appear As I said, if it's your moon in your personal life and how you feel about others and the important women in your life or relationships. If it's your sun, new circumstances about the important men in your life, about your career, about your dreams and goals and self-improvement and vitality and health, the sun as well. If it's your ascendant, for everything. And so maybe some of you, new business ideas, new work ideas, new health, lifestyle. You know how we make those promises from January, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go to the gym. Well, now you can do it, especially because the two engines of power in our solar system, the sun and Mars. The sun is the king, Mars is the general. They're joined together, starting a new cycle in your sign. I don't remember last time there was a conjunction in your sign, Capricorn, between Sun and Mars. Might have been minimum 17 years, because the cycles of Mars repeat 17 years, but might be even longer. And so this is such a rare opportunity. There'll be a renewal for you, a renewal of direction, a renewal of physical strength and power, and also a new mission that is being given to you as Capricorns. And this is mission because the sun, Mars in particular, is the planet of action, of initiative, and joining with the sun in your sign. It's, for example, to do something difficult. Get your physical health, start working out. They're both energy planets. They're both planets of workout, of physical activity, of motivation. Fantastic time if you want that, to start working out, to tackle a health problem proactively. If you've had some consistent health problem, like long-term, that keeps repeating, Sun Mars motivates you. It's not going to disappear suddenly. But over the next 1-2 years during this cycle, you would find ways to fix it, because Sun Mars conjunctions, they like to fix problems. And so you can find solutions by proper exercise, by proper proactive ways to tackle your health or to tackle your lifestyle. And Sun Mars give you increased willpower. So if something in your life you've been wanting to do but haven't had the willpower, the motivation, the dedication, now in January is the time where you will have that, where the universe will send you this kind of wind behind you, where you'll feel stronger and motivated. And of course it can start, because it is Mars cycle, by some problem. Maybe, some, I don't know, some you get angry. I cannot stand anymore to have this health problem, or I can't stand anymore to be this loser, so I'm gonna initiate a new project, a new business, a new beginning in my life of some sort. Something triggers you, something frustrates you possibly, that pushes you. And anger is a great drive, believe me. It's not just inspiration that pushes us. Many times it can be anger or a crisis, that's why even the difficult planets are important for us. Or it can be just internal forces waking up for you and giving you new burst of energy. And it can also be related somehow to, as I said, Venus-Mars cycle is starting also in your sign, something that you're passionate about. So whatever new things start, you'd have desire for them. Venus is there, Mars is there. And it can be also related to some kind of relationship. Why is that? Because Venus-Mars, when they join together, it's a combination for strong passion and desire. So maybe if you're single, there can be something that bursts your passion, someone already existing in your life that restarts or rekindles this fire for you. Or it can be an activity or goal or ideal or that triggers that passion and kindles this fire in you. And the sun with Mars also says that over the next couple of years, you have a new mission. Actually, the last time they met together 2.5 years ago was in Scorpio. And that was in your 11th house. But now where you have to put the most effort and most fuel is changing. It comes into your first house. The first house is your physical health, if it's your ascendant, sun and moon as well. As I said, if it's your moon, it's your personal family, maybe building a house, starting family, making some big changes in your personal life and in your habits. The moon is habits as well. In your emotional bonding, who you're connected to emotionally, making some new powerful beginnings there. renewing those areas of life, fixing problems. Sun Mars conjunctions is about where is the battle going to be in the next 2 years? Where is going to be the biggest wins for me? And the biggest wins for you, it's over yourself for the next 2 years. It's like you're changing your lifestyle, yourself, your direction, your role. The first house is who you identify with. What is your role? A new role can appear. A new image for you, more of a warrior, more of a go-getter, rather than someone that waits for life to happen for them. A new role as an entrepreneur, a new role as a new self-identity almost, let's say. Even something changing, something of your appearance can happen that you work on for the next 1 year, 2 years. And as I said, if it's your sun in Capricorn, then those new beginnings might be more connected with your ideals, with goals, career, and so on. But it's very happening, very important, very initiative month. Even though most of those planets are invisible, Sun, Mars, Venus, Mercury, they're with the sun, but they're being fructified, they're being impregnated. So when you get impregnated, you might not even know you're pregnant yet, giving this example, but the seeds is planted, and over the next, as I said, the cycles either 1 year or 2 years, over the next few months, you'll start seeing that something that happened around January laid the foundations for a shift in your life in a new direction. So newness. And I forgot to mention that on the 3rd January, so the beginning, the first week especially very strongly, there is a full moon in your 7th house. And there is also focus on other people. And this full moon is active for 2 weeks, but especially strong around its conjunction. And this full moon is very auspicious because it's conjunct Jupiter, the luckiest planet. The full moon, the moon loves to be in Cancer, the sign it rules. So full moons in Cancer are especially fertile and productive. And it's about, full moon is about getting rewards, seeing results of something, taking something to the next level. And that's about your relationships. So relationships with someone important in your life can play a role of activating you, of getting some help from them or some results, or completing a relationship or contract or agreement and receiving the rewards from this collaboration or from this contract. Also taking a relationship to the next level, or something good happening in the life of a spouse or a business partner of yours, the life of a boyfriend, girlfriend, that affects you positively as well. Or maybe sublimating a relationship. Maybe there was a relationship that started and now it's kind of, you get clarity about it emotionally, the directional, emotional, stronger bonding. Plus this full moon is conjunct the star Sirius. So there might be people that appear in your life or that are already in your life that are kind of, that God or higher forces are working through, because Sirius is the planet, the sun. It's Sirius is another sun. Star is sister star of the sun. In esoteric texts, we know that our sun and Sirius are a binary system, or in esoteric tradition, we know that Sirius sends the spiritual vibration to the sun that spreads it to the planets of the solar system. So the highest spiritual vibration comes from Sirius. So this full moon is conjunct Sirius and Jupiter, the luckiest planet. So something good can come to you through external sources. 7th house is not just others, it's circumstances outside of your influence, something that is because of others or because of external circumstances. So something can come to you as a reward, or some external circumstance can give you that, puts you in a situation that gives you clarity about the next step to do. But yeah, if you have to communicate with someone important, if you have to contact someone important, do it around the full moon, because it's lucky with the sun, with the Jupiter there, with Sirius. And if you need clarity from someone, or if you want to reach someone about business opportunity, or if you want to reach clients and reach the public and the audience, the 7th house, again, this full moon is fantastic. Or if you want to make business deals or close a contract, or a sale of some sort, again, 7th house is people that you have like a trading or a negotiation with, or your clients or your audience, reach out then because of the benevolent influences of this full moon. But again, and also someone in your life can activate you to start those new beginnings, because there is this full moon that happens, external influence, and then it's positive, it's divinely inspired, even if it's triggering. Sometimes full moons can be triggering, emotionally intense. This full moon is opposite Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury. So even if someone activates you, triggers you, and you're upset about them, and they push your buttons, it's for good, because the star Sirius and Jupiter participate there. It's like kind of divinely ordained, not to tempt you, but to push you in the right direction, not to slow you down and keep you from progress, but to push you in the right direction so you can start those new beginnings, which are extremely beneficial. And as I said, they're happening in the two small constellations called victory, earlier victory, later victory. So down the line you can reap those victories, and you can say, oh, I'm so glad that this person confronted me or pushed me, or because of them I started changing myself or initiated something new. Or it might be in a positive way that activate you. Don't think it's just negative. So yeah, and big month for you, for the cardinal signs, the new Capricorn, especially for you this month is wow. Yeah, and because there's so many new things, it can feel a bit overwhelming. I have to tell you, it's normal. Capricorn is not a sign that it's with the new is so excited about the new, but now you will be. So there is new circumstances into your life. But gradually, from the last 10 days in January, the conjunctions move and the planets start moving and into your second house. So Mercury will meet the Sun into your second house on the 20th of January. Then Venus and Mars move into Aquarius by the end of the month, and first the Sun joins Pluto, then Mercury joins Pluto, then Venus joins Pluto, then Mars joins Pluto, then Venus joins Mercury. It's like, so we have 6 conjunctions, so something like that in your second house, the second half, or let's say the last 10 days of January. So new beginnings, but now they're connected to your financial situation. New ideas can come to you about consolidating your finances, about where to invest, about new ways to make money. Or second house is about your worth, self-worth. Maybe new ideas how to improve your self-worth as well. Second house is how to eat. So January, the end of January, and a big part of February, because you have also an eclipse in your second house in February. It's about renewal and powerful new beginnings in how you eat. Maybe starting a way of eating that actually will be long lasting. Why am I saying that? Because there's just too many new. Pluto is involved with most of those conjunctions, and Pluto is about willpower, intense, incredible willpower, something that, and it can happen through a crisis, something that changes you to eat, to change how you eat. And the changes that Pluto does, because it's new cycles of Pluto, they are very, very long lasting. And Pluto also rules God's willpower. So somehow all the planets will be forced, so different aspects of your consciousness, which is the planets, will be forced to align to divine willpower, even if it's not your personal desire and willpower, in regards to eating, in regards to money, in regards to new circumstances in your family life, because second house is also family, your support system. I don't know, for some people their support system is their, just the food. For others is their money. For others is family. Everyone has a different support system. Second house is what supports you, and you're the first house. So something about your whole material circumstances can change, new beginnings. It can get motivated, Pluto willpower, to activate you to gain financial independence over the next 1 year. Gradually, but Pluto will be meeting every year for the next 18 years with all of those planets, or every 2 years with Mars. So there will be this renewal in the second house that you'll be doing for 18 years, of financial independence, of changing what you put in your body, of your support system, what is your support system, and so on. So very, very huge month for you Capricorns. I did this video quite long for you, but yeah. Write to me how are things developing, if anything is happening. I don't know, some people might be in winter sleep, and but even in winter sleep they can hibernation. I believe that this will wake you up, all those conjunctions in your sign. A new mission is given to you, a new challenge, a new mountain to climb, let's call it this way. Capricorn mountain to climb, Sun Mars conjunction, that you'll be, whether you want it or no, you'll be forced, or you naturally have this motivation to do it. And by the way, if you want to know how each month of the year, what aspects, transits there will be, I've created the calendar. It's more than 120 pages. It's electronic and it's interactive. When you click on the transit, you'll see, oh, Sun conjunct Pluto in January. This is what it means. I write it every year about every new moon, full moon, every eclipse, the meaning, every aspect. Jupiter will conjoin, Jupiter will be opposing Pluto this year, and so on. So hundreds and hundreds of transits for the year. It's only $20. Usually it's $40. So it's half price of what I usually offer it. Or your Capricorn 2026 video horoscope, which is 2 hours, where I go for the general influences of Capricorn for 2026, how it influences you. What is the biggest things you have to do in 2026, and what is best to be avoided. So thank you. Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2026. Aquarius, the month starts with a full moon in your 6th house. It's a very benevolent full moon. That's how I feel it, at least. It's with Jupiter, the great benefic. It's conjunct the star Sirius, the most auspicious star in the sky, the brightest star in the sky, connected to Christ consciousness, connected to Isis or Mother Mary as well. It's called to be Sirius, it's called to be the spiritual, it sends the spiritual vibration to our sun to raise consciousness of humanity. So there is alignment here, like an opening, maybe to solve some problem or end, because full moons are about resolution of problems, endings, completions, or rewards, about something connected with your health, for example, the 6th house. If you've been having some long-standing health issue, maybe there can be some eureka moment, because Jupiter is knowledge, emotional alignment, and feeling it into your bones where the problem is coming from, or realizing how to fix it if it's a health problem, or finding the right supplement or the right healing system or the right kind of a health routine. Or if you've been applying already health routines of some sort, or some healing medicine or methods, or some kind of healing modality, to see the results from that in regards to your health, in regards to your routines. Also 6th house, and this full moon is on the 3rd of January, but it's active for 2 weeks after. Also 6th house is about debt. So for some of you can mean solving some debt, debts that we own, debts that, it might be a spiritual debt, it might be a financial debt, maybe you got a student loan, maybe you got a, maybe you own someone money, or maybe you own some kind of you've been helping someone. 6th house is to service someone, to help someone. And now this conclusion, completion, is you seeing the results of that. You're seeing the results of you having supported someone or taken care of someone. Maybe it's coming to an end and you're absolved of this debt. You're absolved of this having to take care of someone, or maybe you see the results of your efforts. Maybe you help, disadvantaged children learn to read, and you're rewarded, and the child can read now. I'm just giving some simple examples how it can play out. Plus the 6th house is the house, or maybe you kind of are able to pay off a debt, or be relieved in some way. 6th house is also work and employees. So maybe employees really pick up for you, really make you proud, really complete a project well. Or maybe you're working for yourself, or you're working for someone, you complete some project and you get the rewards for the job well done from behind the scenes. Maybe you've been editing, fixing something trying to make it work. Now you get the rewards of it in some way. There is this focus here, or maybe completion of a job and you get released, or a service or of an employment of some sort that you get released from and freed from. Sometimes endings, it's not necessarily negative that a job ends or that someone you've employed ends. It's more like you're freed from this contract, you're freed from that obligation in a sense. Or that maybe you have contractors that you've hired to do something, and they, in January, they really show up somehow for whatever they have to do, or your employees and whatever. So the work processes, I think, at least because Sirius, Jupiter, very well aligned there, if it's work or responsibilities or duties or routines of any sorts. And they give emotional satisfaction, Jupiter Moon. But really the most important things, Aquarius, is this month in January, 5 or 6 new conjunctions in your 12th house. So it's kind of like behind your back. You can't really see. Those new beginnings are happening from the 4th of January till the 20th non-stop. First the Sun joins Mars, then Sun joins Venus, Sun joins Mars joins Venus, Mercury joins Mars. Non-stop, like 5 new beginnings. And the most powerful is the Sun conjunct Mars, which happens once every 2.5 years. Last time it was in your 10th house, Aquarius. So maybe the last 2 years focus was a lot on career, on institutions, on worldly responsibilities and duties. And where Sun and Mars is, it's where for the next where they meet, for the next 2 years, you have to mobilize all your energy there. In a sense, that's your biggest challenge, but also biggest motivation and drive, and where you put the most fuel, conscious efforts, where you develop the most willpower. So you kind of, for you, for the last 2 years, it happened in the 10th house, but it's ending the cycle was about either self-regulation or responsibilities and duties towards the world, towards duties and responsibilities towards others, in your career, in your life. So kind of busy work related period in a sense, or responsibility related period, where you had to be the leader in some way, where you had to develop leadership abilities and abilities to take responsibility and to make executive decisions for everyone in your life, or for people that work for you or whatever, or in your career. Maybe you put efforts there. But now they're joining in your 12th house, which is the house of endings, but new beginnings are starting. So like what? So they can be, how can it play out? You're given like 2-year period, because Sun Mars conjunction will last, the cycle that starts now gives it effects for 2 years. 12th house is a new way to end something in your life. New way, new beginnings, to end something that has played out is raw and it's not necessary, because 12 houses where we throw out, where we dissolve things that are not needed for us. It's the last house where everything goes into the primordial sea of consciousness, and everything manifested gets unmanifested and dissolved. But here we have new beginnings in the unmanifested. So what I feel, it's like you're going to find new ways to let go of things that no longer serve you over the next, especially 1 year, because there is 3 cycles that are 1 year old, like Sun Mars cycle, Venus Mars, Venus Sun cycle, Mars Mercury cycle as well is 1 year old long. So there'll be like new beginning that you are committed, because Capricorn is very committed sign, and Sun Mars conjunction is about using willpower and consciously battling, consciously putting efforts and willpower and energy to dissolve 12 house things. It's addiction, maybe for some of you. It might be social media addiction, it might be porn, it might be spending addiction. 12 house spending might be drinking, it might be substances, it might be, or anxiety. 12 houses where a lot of hard things are, where we harbor fears, paranoias, anxieties, where the forbidden memories are. 12th house, also known as the house of sin. Self-sabotaging behaviors, whether it's an addiction, whether it's some hidden thing that you do that you don't want others to know about, whether it's self-undoing whether it's literally sinning in some way. It kind of sounds very biblical nowadays. It's called, like, maybe psychological terms would be self-sabotaging behaviors, but it's, you have a chance here to not to renew the sins, to expiate, to to release this. And 12th house is even the attachment to past lifetimes, things we have done wrong, or things that we couldn't cope well with, things that traumatized us then and that we forgot, and it goes in the subconscious. And then you're born in this lifetime and you're anxious and you don't know why. Or maybe in your early childhood your mom didn't sleep with you in the same bed and train slept you, and that made you to be anxious, your nervous system. So fears, weaknesses, natural weaknesses in us, inborn weaknesses, or later acquired weaknesses. It's usually with 12th house is mental health. What we called in the past sinning, now we call mental health problems as well. And you have a chance to correct that. Sun Mars conjunction is correction. So might be a lot of digging into the past, into the subconscious, but a lot of realizations, especially as someone with higher consciousness. You can really absolve and heal over the next 1-2 years a lot of attachments to the past and a lot of unsolved pain from the past, and even family and karma, past life karma as well. So it's psychological. It might not be visible to others what you're doing. Maybe it will work through your dream life, that a lot of your issues will appear in your dream life, and you have a lot of realizations. Oh, okay, my trauma comes from this child when I was 3 years old in the sand pit did, said something wrong to me, or this adult did something, and you dream this, or you keep dreaming of someone at your school or some situation constantly, and you realize where the issue stems from, and you kind of are able to transform it, heal it, release it. But there's something, the activation of your subconscious, maybe memories that you didn't remember come to the surface. So renewed desire to tackle some mental health problem or addiction. And Sun Mars, it's in Capricorn conjunction. It's very, the results might not be immediate, but it's Capricorn after all. It's slow trudging, but it's very committed. And you're using willpower to do that. Plus, there can be new beginnings, not just psychologically, but to end things, to release things in faraway countries. It can mean that over the next 2 years, some of you will be putting conscious effort in something to do with faraway country, in something to do with relocation to a distant place. You have to put energy there. Not just so subconscious, working on your subconscious, working on your fears, working on your mental health, and winning, because the conjunctions of Sun, Mars, and Venus, they're happening in two constellations called early victor and later victor. So they're about victory and winning over your inner demons, winning over and they're actually entities. If there is entity possession, especially in addictions, compulsive behaviors, there is entity possession that happens. You can lead that battle and be freed from them, win that battle as well. Also, it's about, if it's 12th house is not about winning the battle, the results of a battle. So you can see the results of some battle now with those new cycles and winning it. 12th house is about foreign places, again, as I said. So some of you Aquarius might be starting that, or research. It might be the start of putting a lot of fuel on doing some research, studying something deeply, profoundly, deep realizations, digging very deep down to the 12th house. Knowledge is knowledge that is intuitive almost. You master something and you research it and you know it so well that you don't have to think about it. You just, images appear in front of you and answers appear. So it's very much about subconsciously. It might be about spiritual practices, you connecting with the invisible world, you starting a new practice of prayer, you starting a new practice of psychological releasing or shadow work or psychological healing, you starting a new practice with a psychologist or with a healer, or learning some healing techniques, learning some spiritual methods. So deep diving into the spiritual, into the subconscious, and this is ultimately a house of moksha, liberation and healing. But you're putting conscious efforts there. It's not because like it happens on its own. Yeah. So kind of interesting, or new beginnings in foreign countries, or new beginning in research and studies, higher, far, like deep studies. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about the 12th house. So maybe efforts and new beginnings in charity work, helping those in need, those in lower situation, doing things for free, putting more energy and motivation for that there, giving back to those in need. You, compassion can activate you to do more for others, kind of a bit to negate your own needs a little bit in self-sacrificing way and to give to others, but no such actions ever remain without being rewarded sooner or later in life. But also strong motivation to complete and to end things, to find ways to end something that is unhealthy for you or no longer serves you. And again, invisible worlds, to connect with mysteries, to connect with secrets, or maybe something very confidential and secret and private can start for you. 12 house rules affairs, new beginnings in affairs, or renewal of your fantasy world. It's like bed pleasures is the 12th house. Maybe trying something new there with your partner, fantasy role plays, okay, there's more practical side of 12th house as well, something renewal of your intimate or hidden private bed life, or maybe starting new routines and hygiene. Capricorn is very much about routines, about sleep, and tackling a sleep problem. 12th house is hormones as well, so tackling some problems and is the mental health. So many times mental health problems and sleep problems are connected to the hormones. That's why everything is lumped there. Astrologers knows hormones is 12th house, sleep is 12th house, mental health problems, especially if you're a woman and men as well. Maybe it's a new decision to tackle problem connected to hormones, and you win it. You find the solutions when you willfully put yourself there. Plus, to tackle, say, if you have problem falling asleep, to create sleep routines and relaxation routines. 12th house is the house of how do you relax. Well, with the sun and Mars starting new cycle there, it's more like find ways for active relaxation, like a yoga that can help you after that, like you do workout and after that this helps you relax and so on. Or find new healthier ways to escape reality. Everyone needs ways to escape reality. Some sleep, some go into addictions. But there is, you have to put more energy into finding ways that help you mentally unwind and put yourself into more receptive way. But you have to do something physical and active, or proactively search for such things that put you in a kind of a zone out state that you can relax, and that are healthier ways than, because the other 12 house is drinking, drugs, antidepressants. But there is other natural healthy ways that you can tackle and find with Sun Mars conjunction anyway. Or it can be the start of some kind of self-imposed asceticism, self-imposed spiritual deprivation, loneliness, that you need more time alone because maybe you're doing something behind the scenes, either researching or working on some 8-12 houses, like downloads from above of music, art, where you need to maybe starting 12 house rules, also hotels, retreats, maybe putting energy to go to more hotels, retreats for spiritual healing, for more spas. Or maybe you're starting to do a hotel or a retreat or a spa. You're putting energy in such 12 house activities over the next 2 years, and consciously. Or if your career tends to be in 12 house areas, you'll be very busy. If you're psychic, if you're an artist that needs to be in the studio creating music or painting, that needs more isolation, very active, busy period. If you're someone who works in hospitals or with people in charity or social services, very busy time. If you're for a couple of years, if you're someone who wants to create charity and work in charities, again, these are the new beginnings starting for you. Or if you work in spiritual themes and topics as well, healing, if you're in medical profession in healing, again, or maybe you're starting a new chapter, traveling more to faraway countries, or exploring the mysticals, the unknown, the invisible world. Anyway, but gradually the new beginnings start moving into your first house. So maybe the first 20 days you might, as a Aquarius, everything is in your subconscious, in the house behind you. So it might feel like your sleep life is busy, but you have no energy physically, because the first house is your physical energy. You might feel like your subconscious is like battling wars and dreaming and unresolved things and receiving messages. Your subconscious is very busy. Your spirit guides are very busy. And you might even need more rest than normal the first 20 days, but this starts changing from the 20th of January, and especially around the 19th, 20th, 21st. Mercury and the Sun meet at the 0 degrees in Aquarius, and start a new cycle, a new beginning. So it will be a lot of information that day, or the days around it, 19, 20, 21st. People calling you, people connecting with you, new pieces of information coming. Even Mercury rules your 8th house, secret, private, something that activates you to move, to change things, to start new beginnings. Now from the 20th you can start new beginnings. Before that it's more like deep introspection in the subconscious, in the past, realizations on a deep level, research, rest. But after that, or maybe going to foreign countries the first 20 days, break, or take total break, just zone out in some way you can. But after that, the Sun and Mercury meet on the 20th in your sign. So back online. You're back online. The flow of information, contact, emails, business meetings, communications, they become very busy around the 20th. Then Venus comes, Mars comes, the last 10 days of January. Everything moves into the first house. So from this kind of 12th house, subconscious, past life memories, sins, addictions, just resting, you come into this very active energy for the last 10 days of January and the first 20 days of February. It's going to be pivotal. Last 10 days of January, first 20 days of February, there will be an eclipse in February, the first eclipse in Aquarius since 9 years. So you're coming up online, waking up from the 20th, preparing for powerful new beginnings. And that's why maybe all those conjunctions in your 12th house, the first 20 days of January, which will be working for 2 years or 1 year, especially after that, it's you're ending something out because you're starting something new. You're taking stock of the past and trying to free yourself from the burdens, from the mental health issues, for the things that slow you down, for the things that self-sabotage you, so you can really come with clean slate, clean energy to start the new beginnings. And there will be 6 new conjunctions in January already in your Aquarius. As I said, first Mercury, Sun, so new beginnings, new ideas, business, work, communications, then Mercury, Pluto conjunction, then Sun, Pluto conjunction, just those last 10 days of January. Then Venus, Pluto conjunction, and then Mars, Pluto conjunction from the 20th till the 30th of August. January. Wow. And Mercury conjunct Venus as well, conjunction. That happens those last 10 days. So and because a lot of the conjunctions are with Pluto, it activates your willpower. And this willpower, Pluto is divine willpower. So even if you don't want it yourself personally, some of the new beginnings will be such that God is pushing you to align to his or her willpower, to the higher willpower of the self. And you'll be asked to start new things in the last 10 days and in February. And these new things you start, they'll be very long lasting because it's through Pluto. Pluto is intense, it's extreme willpower. And the Mars-Pluto conjunction, it's a 2-year cycle. So it's not only your Sun-Mars conjunction, which is 2-year cycle in your 12th house, where you're battling those inner demons and leaving them behind and overcoming them. But also in the first house, the Sun, the Mars, Pluto conjunction, which is sometime in the last 10 days of January. I don't want to give you exact date because it might be before, it might be after. It doesn't always work on the exact day. But the Sun Pluto conjunction, all the Pluto conjunctions, they say powerful new beginnings for you. And it can really mobilize your willpower. And because it's in the first house, about your health, about your physical strength, starting some workout routines, renewing and committing very deeply. Mars Pluto conjunction is Iron Man combination, of doing some battle that you win, that you requires you laser focus. Some, if it's your Sun in Aquarius, might be maybe focusing on some career goal or project or some goal of yours that you do with all your willpower. But because Venus starts a new cycle there with Pluto as well, there is also desire, there is also strong passion towards that. So yes, I I don't know. There's just so many. There is 6 new conjunctions in your sign. So when the new ideas start coming, start writing them out. Maybe in the end of January, maybe the first 20 days of February. It's all new beginnings for you guys. Renewal of your energy, of your life force, new circumstances around you. That shift that you have to react to. The seeds are being planted now. So there you go. And if you want to know specifically, month by month, what is happening every month, sun conjunctions, eclipses, new moons, full moons, ingresses, what does it mean? Jupiter moving into Leo this year, the South Node moving into Leo, and the North Node moving into Aquarius. Everything I've written to you in my calendar, I write it every year, $20 only. So you have day by day predictions. It's 120 or 50 pages. I don't remember this year. It's only $20. Usually it's 40. And or you can just get your horoscope for the whole 2026 for Aquarius personal horoscope. It's only $19 horoscope from me, 2 hours. It's pre-recorded, and I lead you through the most important mission for Aquarius in 2026. And you have a big mission this year. You see, the year starts with 6 new conjunctions in your sign. You asked to take, as Aquarius, leadership role this year because of all those new conjunctions in your first house, new cycles. You'll be asked to lead your life, to be independent, and the North Node entering your sign from August. You'll be asked to be a leader, to be independent in some way, to start in a new direction. But anyway, thank you so much. This is Sun, Moon, Rising, January 2026. Pisces, this is the last month for the next 30 years, or 28, let's say, when Saturn will be in your sign. Saturn was in your sign for the last 3 years almost. And this is the last month. This is the end of the battle. It actually turned direct in November, I think it was. And now it's leaving. Just it's leaving in February. It's just in the last 1, 2 degrees, 3 degrees of Pisces. So this heaviness is almost finished. But really the big new events is that there is a lot of new beginnings this month. A lot of new beginnings. Saturn is ending there, but new beginnings are starting from the start of the month. But let's first start with the full moon, which is on the 3rd in your 5th house, very happy house. 5th house is known as the house of good luck because it stores the good karma from previous actions. And this full moon activates your good luck house, this fortune house. This is house of also winning lotteries. You know, we don't win lotteries by chance. We win because of good karma we have. And we say someone is lucky, well, they've done good stuff before. That's why they won now. Or it's the house of just getting, unlocking, as I said, good karma, feeling joy, happiness. Well, this full moon activates it. And it's a very lucky full moon conjunct Jupiter, the luckiest planet, the most beneficial planet. And the full moon is conjunct Sirius, the star connected to Mother Mary or Isis, connected to Christ and Horus, connected to the Christ consciousness. So the divine hierarchies are really aligning here. Jupiter is angelic wisdom. Cancer is a sign that is extremely spiritual, sattvic. 5th house is beautiful spiritual house as well, of rewards of some sort as well. So maybe some good karma can be unlocked for you. Maybe play lottery, why not? Or maybe something good can happen that makes you feel joyful this first 2 weeks of the month. Maybe where your luck is a bit better, and where something good happens. Fifth house is the house of children. They say that it's the biggest wealth is children in one's life, and love. If you have love and children, you're wealthier than anyone else. So there is some activation of those topics, either receiving some good news about the child, or child getting a reward or something, I don't know, something like that, or a child improving relationship, or getting pregnant if some of you want, or falling in love even, or a romantic, or someone returning back feelings of yours that warms up your heart. The fifth house also rules the heart. Or some creative project that you complete and you see the results of it, or some hobby that you really enjoy that warms up your heart. Everything in the fifth house is what warms up your heart, makes you feel more alive, more grateful to be alive, more connected to God. Even spiritual practices, you can have some really amazing spiritual practice that now that gives you into a state of, bliss, or maybe some hobby that gets you into that state, or maybe some party or enjoyment or fun activity where you're creating, co-creating, not consuming that, or maybe completing some project and creative project, or maybe your business project idea that was yours, seeing the results of it, being grateful for it, or just getting some joy in your life, romance as well, seeing the results of a creative project and so on. But really the big events are all the conjunctions happening in your 11th house. From the beginning of the month, the first 20 days, we have 6 conjunctions. Sun in your 11th house. First, from the 4th till the 14th, Sun and Mars are non-stop together, and the Venus. 3 cycles. Sun, Venus, 4 cycles, sorry. Sun, Mars, Sun, Venus, Sun and Mars, Venus. Yeah, so, and Mercury, Venus, and Mercury, Mars. So, and Sun, Moon on the 17th, new moon. So non-stop, from after the full moon, non-stop, we have also new cycles starting, and those new cycles are 1 to 2 years long, even 2.5 years. The Sun-Mars cycle that's starting is the most important one. The previous time was in Scorpio 2.5 years ago that it started, but now it's going to be in your 11th house. It's about the next 2 years. Where are you gonna be putting the most fuel? When Sun and Mars meet somewhere, it shows in what area of your life you're going to be using most of your willpower to develop strength, to tackle some problem, to fix a problem, and to develop willpower there, and to build something. Sun is the king, Mars is the general that goes after the orders of the king. So you get some goal, and 11th house is long-term goals and dreams. And the Sun will have a vision. You're the Sun. Has a vision and will say, okay, I have a new goal or a new vision for myself, and it will send its general Mars to fulfill it. It's not going to happen in January that you fulfill this goal. It will take 2 years and a bit even longer. Maybe it will take you a year before you start seeing the results of it. But you commit your energy and willpower, and kind of you align your higher self with your drive. You get motivation for a new goal and a dream of yours to go after it. New social economic purpose and goal. Maybe also you'd commit and you'd put a lot of energy in growing and developing your social circle for 2 years, or your clientele base. 11th house is that as well, or your fan base. But the ideas and the new circumstances and the new opportunities, or just the new inspirations, will start coming now in January, the first 20 days. And you might be like, okay, I want to make a new YouTube video, a new YouTube channel. 11th houses, followers, clients, everyone that knows about your whole social circle, whether they're clients or friends. And you might say, okay, my goal is suddenly get inspiration to make a podcast, or to make a YouTube channel, or to get a degree. For everyone, their dream can be very different. A dream or a goal to get a degree, or to start a business in the next 2 years. Or you'd want to do it now, but it will take possibly a lot of concentrated energy, especially the first 1 year till the Mars Sun opposition, but 2 years, for the whole process. And you might get now the idea. It doesn't mean you would immediately fulfill it. Your idea might be to create a company that helps children in Africa. It's not going to happen in January only, but you would have 2 years to make this happen. And because the Sun and Mars and Venus, they're joining, you'll have a lot of passion because Venus is starting a new cycle with the Sun. And you'd have a lot of desire for that. But you will get the inspiration now and maybe do the first steps towards that. So write out those ideas, because the 11th house is very beneficial house. Long-term goals, dreams, what you want to be remembered by society, what you want to contribute to society, some big goals as well. Or even it might be something that requires the help of more than, a larger group of people, because the 11th house is large groups of people, that you go and join and participate in some online platform, that you go and participate in some social media, that you create. It's great time if you want to reach wide audiences now to make an account or a TikTok platform, or to start with the first video, or to, if you want to create more business opportunities, because 11th house is very business oriented, to do a marketing campaign, to get the idea for it and to start in that direction at least. And 11th house is also to start a new circle of friends. Some of you might meet some new people now, which will, over the next 2 years, you can do something important with them. You can mobilize your forces and energy with a group of people or a larger community, or you can join a club or organization. It might be as simple as like joining some tennis club now, or joining some business club, or joining some online group of people of like-minded interests. You might be a programmer, or you might be interested in rocket flying or flat earth, whatever, joining large groups of people or clubs. And this can make an opening for you and those contents that you can create will be beneficial for you, and they can help you long-term fulfill a dream of yours. So now is the time to join your tribe. You can get this urge, or maybe people can appear in your life that excite you, that motivate you, driven, ambitious. This is Sun, Mars, Venus energy, passionate. Or you can even be triggered by people into something. Someone in your environment can trigger you to go into a different direction, develop a different goal. 11th house is also titles and honors, so you might get an inspiration now to receive some title in the long term, a PhD or bachelor, or it's also social record. What do you want to contribute to society? A product, a business, a knowledge, to start on it now as an idea, to launch something right now into the market. The 11th house is the market. To get interest about the higher world, the bigger world, to join some political movement as well, to be active in some political movement, in some spiritual movement. Doesn't matter, any movements, grassroots is the 11th house, where large groups of people join. And 11th house is gainfulness, so they can be motivation and drive over the next 2 years to become more gainful, to get a bigger salary, a bonus, to initiate some project that leads you to more money, to more financial rewards of your business as well. And also to scout and to proactively find like-minded people. If you're alone, or if you're don't have friends, now is the time, but the doors open from January to commit and to start, like join even a fitness club or whatever, and you'll make friends there, and you'll be actively working on your network to have more expanded network around you of people. They say we're a sum total of the people we hang out with. So to find more ambitious, more people that more aligned to your dreams and goals. And they say your dreams and goals can only be fulfilled if you connect with the right people. So now is the time to either look for such people, such organizations, and so on. Now, gradually from So you can have some fun, go out party, Jupiter, moon, full moon with Jupiter in your fifth house. The beginning of the month, the first 1 week is very strong, this influence. To have fun, romance, enjoyments, even holidays, partying, or creative pursuits, fun stuff. But then those conjunctions, especially till the 20th, they put you in a serious mind about achievements, about long-term stuff that you want to do, about what legacy you want to leave behind, how you want to be remembered by people, and so on. It's kind of very Aquarian 11th house energy, even though it's in Capricorn, so even more ambitious. Now, then gradually the planets start moving into your 12th house. So for the last 10 days of January, you can rest more. So the last 10 days of January, everything moves into the 12th house. You have a subconscious. Maybe you might need a bit more sleep, more rest. Take it easy. Reminisce about the past. Take stock about the past. And February might feel a bit like that. So everything goes into the subconscious house before the planets move from the middle of February and the end of February into your sign, where the renewal of energy comes, and when the renewal of ambition and drive comes as well, and physical especially. But now from the 20th of January, maybe take more holidays, take a break, sleep more. But also even then, you'll be, even when you're trying to rest, so many planets in the 12th house, it can be very busy subconscious, like thinking about mental. 12th house is mental health, so pay attention to your mental health. There is a lot of conjunctions that will happen in your 12th house. New beginnings, sun with Pluto, sun with Mercury, only in the last 10 days of January. Mercury sun on the 20th of January. You can hear news, you can hear secrets, things that 12 houses about, secrets that come up, missing pieces of information that you find out, something that you research. It's good time the last 10 days to research something, to go into more like a rest mode, or to do something behind the scenes, or maybe to go on holiday, maybe to go to spa or retreat of some sort if you can. Some kind of or maybe create a retreat in your home, of sanctuary, where you spend more time. 12 house is about secluding yourself, most time with yourself. 12 house is also the house of addiction, so hopefully you don't intensify certain self-sabotaging or escapist tendencies, but it can mean that you also really commit to tackling some self-sabotaging behaviors, because the sun will meet with Pluto, with Mercury there. Mercury will meet with Pluto, Venus will meet with Pluto, Pluto will meet with Mars, and there will be an eclipse in your 12th house in February. So there is a big focus that you also eliminate, or you motivate yourself with willpower, as Mars, Pluto, new cycle there for 2 years, to eliminate, to tackle addiction, self-sabotaging behaviors, procrastination, or mental health issues. Some of you might be addicted to antidepressants or whatever, and you can decide that, okay, over the next year, because a lot of the cycles starting in your 12th house are 1 year cycles, but there is 2 year cycles, Sun, Pluto, Mars as well. Over the next year, I'll tackle an addiction, I'll tackle self-sabotaging behavior, I'll tackle some mental health issue, I'll tackle some fear and paranoia. Like, I can talk a lot about fears and paranoias with my claustrophobia issues. So you're like, okay, I'll commit to this. And Pluto gives, and with Mars conjunction, it gives you incredible willpower, almost inhuman willpower, to tackle your inner demons, 12th house, and also to resolve some 12 houses, mental health, something we consider sinful, shameful, to get rid of it. Plus also it can be activation about foreign countries. It can be as innocent as that, if you don't have those inner demons, psychological breakthroughs when there's conjunctions in your 12th house, like deep psychological realizations, almost communications from the invisible worlds are much more potent when there is 12th house activations for the last 10 days in January for you. In your dream life, you can see answers to long-standing problems. Maybe you can dream consistently about some situation in the past or something or person, and you realize that this is where you haven't forgiven or you're stuck energetically, and it helps you relieve and psychologically release an issue and psychologically heal and so on. So this topic can be bigger about this deeper introspection subconsciously, or maybe going to a faraway country, new beginning in a faraway country, maybe going to a place far away on holiday, I don't know, but that activates something. Yes, so there you go, Pisces. Interesting, especially the first 20 days are more busy because the 11th house is much more proactive, busy. After that, the last 10 days, the energy shifts more into mental health, into personal, psychological, private inner world, or even into private affairs, 12th house secrets, private affairs, secret affairs, intimate life, sex life as well is connected to the 12th house, the bed and bed pleasures. And what we do in bed, whether we sleep, so either be sleeping, maybe having more escapist behaviors, or just having more sex, I don't know, or or just more spiritual practices as well, and spiritual like meditation. The negative side of this is rumination, where in your mind you can't sleep because you keep thinking, mulling things over, but that's where it gets busy. But I advise, if you can, like massages, proactively finding and looking for ways to relax, to find ways to discharge, to shake off the energies of others in the last 10 days of January and the first 10-15 days of February as well. So thank you so much, Pisces. And yeah, don't forget, the most important things is the 5 conjunctions in your 11th house. Remember, it's about building friendships or new beginnings in social, economic goals or financial goals as well. And if you want to know what the whole year ahead holds, what are really the biggest priorities for Pisces in 2026, check out my video horoscope for Pisces. It's 2 hours long. I go about really what is the most important for you. Jupiter, Saturn, the North Node. I have great news for you. I mean, if anyone should watch the 2026 videos of mine, that should be Pisces, because they hear so much wonderful things there. And such a relief, because you've been through a lot, Pisces. With Neptune and Saturn in your sign, it was like the most karmic energy was in your sign. Neptune was for the last 14 years in your sign. Very karmic energies. Saturn was the last 3 years. Almost you did like the biggest sacrifice of everyone. And now it's ending. So yeah, check out my horoscopes, video horoscopes, or the calendar, which is not specific for your sign, but it's day by day. It's interactive, what's happening in the stars, when Venus is changing signs, when the North Node moves from Pisces into Aquarius, and so on, what it means. So thank you very much.